Good morning to everyone here in Riga Technical University and where else, for whom the energy sector is very close to home, and I know it is for you as well. And when we look at the nucleus in the picture, and of course there might be people who disagree that nuclear is green, but in the future, I think we will not be able to live without it. So, today we're talking about the future, about the nucleus. I'm glad to see you, Agris, and many others of you who have already spoken in these two previous times when we managed to meet, even during COVID. So, things have not stopped. I'm glad to see 30 times more of you who are here for the first time, or maybe you were here last time online, and we're online today as well on nuclear.lv. So, coffees and cakes here in person. But for everyone, there is a link that you could send to anyone, your friends and competitors. So you can send it to everyone you know, and we will broaden the scope of smart people. So, and this will help us craft decisions that will help us together make things more clear. Because if we take such a small sample size of the last month, we hear so much about wind and solar, and Mr. Minister Melnis presented this to us in this pie chart. I wanted to say something about this nuclear topic, so there's nothing to say yet. So I asked Mr. Minister to talk about this field as well, of course not denying that there are other things that are important, and there are things that are achieved, and the things that we will achieve, and good news from our colleagues in Lithuania and Estonia, we will have it better than them. Maybe not today, but tomorrow. So, Mr. Minister, what could you tell us more about this? So we can't do anything else. I'll give you the floor first. So, Kaspars Melnis, Minister for Energy and Climate. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. We're talking about the future, and there are things that we research, and there are things that we have to work on. It is true that we are currently focused more on wind and solar, which is something more tangible, more understandable, something that we see every day. We have wind turbines, and we have potential here, and I hope during this conference we will outline how large of a role nuclear can play and answer the questions that we need answers to. Because one of the challenges we have in society is the memories of society, the memories of what they've experienced, like Chernobyl. So we have to talk, discuss, explain, inform, and currently conducting surveys, we can see that there's a shift in opinion. Talking to young people, they are more open to new things, and this understanding that the technologies have improved greatly. If we compare the Chernobyl reactor to the ones that we are considering the modular reactors, it's a completely different technology, and this has to be explained to people. So I have to understand. I have to talk about what nuclear energy is, or how is it different now. It's very important, and we have to understand how we can explain the potential of nuclear to society. And one thing that I expect from today's conference is answers, large questions to people about fundamentals, security, safety. So people have to have a clear answer on this if we're actually going towards this, and the prices of energy. Energy prices are very important because they play a large role in the economy, in our overall life, if we want to talk about development both on a state level or individually. And I have to say, there are many challenges, And there are things that we have to start working on now. And if we are taking this nuclear route, the largest challenge is professionals, knowledgeable people in the nuclear field that will be able to work in the field, uh, in the future, work in the nuclear reactor, monitor it, and we already have to start working on it today. We need nuclear specialists because they will be in demand in the future. And the question is when? And of course, we will not be able to get them at the snap of the fingers. So we have to work on them now. We have to direct them. We have to make the youth interested. Well, they won't decide that they want to do this one day. You have to work with them. If we look at the future, one is nuclear stations, but we have monitoring, surveillance, and, and science doesn't stop at the modular reactor. The knowledge can be applied more widely. So from our side, we're definitely looking at our neighboring countries that have taken a step further, which is a good example from Finland. So we could see what is the good practice we can take from them, what we can learn from them to go further. And another large challenge is the first modular reactor, that where we can see practical answers, how it affects the environment, what are the real costs of construction, how much does it decrease energy costs, how do you monitor the reactor, because the largest challenge for us in the ministry is that there's a lot of theory, but we have to see the practice, how quickly, how smoothly everything goes. Everything takes time, and there are things that you shouldn't rush, and this is one of the things you shouldn't rush, but it's important that we think about it and that we make decisions now. And one question that I would invite you to discuss is the people who work there in the future. We have to start educating ourselves now to understand if we'll do it or not, because we will need the specialists. Of course, we can buy the technology and build it, but who will service it? And in Europe, we see this direction. There might be European specialists or specialists to go to Europe and then come here trained. And so I will wish you all a day full of knowledge with new discussion topics, new answers, and with common denominators, that we can all see the road we are taking as a state and what kind of role we see in nuclear and what's the potential and what's fundamentally important, to outline the questions where we have to have clear answers and where we can make one or choice or the other. Thank you. Mr. Minister, I know you don't take bribes, so I will ask you one thing before I give the floor to the Latvian nuclear superman, Andris Steinbergs. He will take the floor after you, but he actually could shake your hand so that it looks good that the minister is giving you a gift. So Andris, maybe you can take the floor, step over the cables. So be careful. So we have to be very precise in these terminologies when talking about nuclear and atomic. So I'll be going later on just as you, because I have a dissertation to attend, but thank you for the speech. So Andris, you can go to the stand, you'll be looking better there. So I hope I don't forget my gift later on. I'll give you two if you need them. Hello everyone, I'm very glad to be here. after Mr. Minister's speech, so I won't have a presentation today. I could maybe uh, talk about the general view of the world, of Europe. So let's remember that in the climate conference on 28th, nuclear energy was called green energy, and that is clear, and that is something that's been talked about for a long time. Nuclear energy, if you look at Europe, there is a scale, so 34% is still fossil fuel, both liquid and hard like coal, a large share for natural gas. Then we have the alternative resources, which is around 17%. And then we only have nuclear energy, which is 13%, which is a good result. It's still not on the pedestal in the Olympic Games like our hockey players were last year, but hopefully we'll enter nuclear onto the podium as well. So we have renewables, and we talk about climate a lot. It's very important for us that in the world and in Europe, the climate would be maintained in such a level concerning climate change on a normal level. So in the future, when we bypass fossil fuels and use renewables, we have to move towards a climate neutral Europe, a climate neutral energy sector, and climate neutral economy and industry and manufacturing. It is all interlinked. Secondly, what happens to nuclear energy from a technological perspective? So we have an evolution, development. So we need the classification of stations. So what's centering nuclear? These super safe reactors are not prevailing yet. There are still these old style stations that work with water reactors. And why I say reactor is the reactor that does the heat. Everything else happens as everywhere else. There's steam, something turns, and then we have electricity. And now we're talking about the melting salt reactors. So essentially the active part at a given temperature exits, and of course cooling techniques are very important. So in the scientific classification there's a revolution. I don't know if it's a revolution, but a revolution, they call the modular reactors a revolution. So this is the fourth scale, fourth stage. So less fuel, less radioactive materials or waste. And of course safety, physical safety, especially in such a geopolitical situation that we have, for example, in Zaporizhia, which is the fourth largest nuclear plant in the world. There are dangerous things happening there. And as the Mr. Minister said, there should be at least 200 specialists there, but there's barely 100. And the real specialists are, let's say, eliminated, unfortunately, on the Ukrainian side. So safety is very important for modular reactors, but we can't talk about it too much because they are still under development. So Canadians and Americans have worked it. Americans, for example, stopped it. So something is not still completely right. And then on Europe, we have 12 nuclear countries in Europe, and I've heard certain things. We have to want to be the 14th, but I don't know who is the 13th. So in the Europe and the UK, they're already building 4 new reactors. France, Bulgaria has taken a step ahead, and our neighbors further down south in Poland, so they're even building the classic ones, not the modular ones. And on modular ones, I'm very glad about my Estonian colleague. So they're taking a very large steps forward, and I'll wish them luck. And Mr. Minister already said that the costs are high, and of course we want to get the return on our investment, and hopefully the return in terms of energy prices will be good. So without the state, of course, we cannot make any of this possible. And we used to have discussions about natural gas, but this is a much more serious discussion because it would concern billions of euros. So thank you. I think I don't have anything else to add, and I'll wish us in the future to have nuclear energy, maybe together with Estonians, maybe all on ourselves. And I hope nuclear energy will be on the energy menu. And I hope the future for us will look good in 35, 40. So this is a direction we have to look at. And actually, one more thing I would like to add. One solution on energy would be Baltic and Nordic work on grids. So we have these digital grids with AI. We can very easily put together all the energy sources and divide them in a way that is comfortable for all places at all times. And a reactor, of course, will be working on not only a sunny day, and just as it goes for wind, it won't always work. So this nuclear reactor would be a stabilizer that works anytime, any place. But I'm babbling on, so thank you, everyone. So thank you. You actually had to try to praise everyone, and you praised both Estonians and Poles that will be speaking today. And of course, don't forget your chocolate. That's, I guess, your weakness, so don't forget it. I think it's a good one that we've put in your bag. And I have to thank our sponsors, so Pfizer. So Father is definitely happy right now with this advertisement. So I'm saying Father's good chocolate. I think they will sponsor the conference next time as well. So thank you very much in the name of Father. We will send them a video of you and I praising their chocolate. So thank you very much. Friends, let's move on. So, League, I know you're a doctor in these sciences, but I have to introduce you as a state secretary for the Ministry of Climate and Energy. So last year, we really loved the phenomenon. Remember in Cēsis, there's this beautiful monument thanks to the Estonians who helped us in liberating our country. So when I was there in autumn and in Cēsis, I thought maybe under the monument we could say, and transition to the help. Thanks for the help for transitioning to nuclear energy. So maybe they're a slight step ahead, but maybe we will actually hear more about that from Kalev. So how do you feel this this sentence that maybe not rush but maybe not lag behind? So where are we in your opinion, and where would we have to put in more work? Maybe we'll build Rail Baltica, but yesterday the radio And we heard the Estonian representative say that they will be they will be building 72 kilometers. So maybe can we build the 73 kilometers in nuclear?
That was a very special introduction, so I will continue. Hello to everyone. I am so happy to speak here in my university, and I am not actually holding a doctoral degree in relation to nuclear energy. Yes, but actually, I was studying energy here. And after those introductory speeches, it is very hard to start presenting because you are the third speaker and you have to talk into details and you are kind of wondering whether you are in line with the topics that were already outlined. And on the one hand, it's good, on the other not, but you will see the same topics that were already outlined. You will see it in my presentation. And so now I have also a task to somehow make you to listen to me because I'm not going to tell anything new. I have divided presentation into three parts. And first, I would like to speak about the energy in numbers. And this is one of my topics where I'm also very interested. So we have experiencing very difficult time, and I could talk about this slide for 20 minutes, but I just wanted to put things in the context. So Latvia is consuming 55 terawatt hours of energy. Half is primarily energy resources, where we use energy resources directly to get benefit. So this is fuel for transport, also some industry, and 8% is agriculture and fishery. Second half is secondary energy resources. So it means in order to get benefit, we use already the energy which was already transferred for a one time. And this is heating energy. And heating energy actually is not so popular, even though it takes quite large part of total balance. But then electric energy, we speak about it a lot. Why? Because electrical energy has the highest potential for the future, and it could be a driving force for our changes. And here we are speaking about forecasts for the future. In the presentation, we have a project. We know that we are developing and updating the National Energy Plan right now. And these are data prepared by the team of researchers. So on the one side, we can see how consumption could develop. And here we are putting emphasis on consumption of energy, not electric energy only, because within energy we have several topics, and we can see the red line that shows increase of consumption, and on the right side we also see the consumption at the as for the end users. And what we can conclude, we are gonna consume more electrical energy, but energy in general less. And of course, it is very important to think about efficiency. Right now, we are spending a lot on heating, and we could spend less on it. If we talk about electric energy, so where we are, how does the structure of current electric energy look like? We can be proud. We are ahead of Lithuania, Estonia, and also Finland. Right now, 53% is renewable energy if we look percentage against consumed. But similarly as Estonia and Lithuania, also Latvia's goal is to get 100% by renewables by 2030. And in order to do it, so it means we need to produce 3 or 4 terawatt hours green energy. And we believe that we will achieve it with wind energy. And why specifically with wind energy? You will get the answer in the next slides, next few slides. Also, Latvia is not a remote island. We are in the context with the world, and you already heard about the situation in the world and numbers about developments in Europe for last years. And we can see the structure of energy generation in Europe. So what do we see? We see there is a huge increase in renewables and less of fossils. So if it was 0.8% some time ago for wind and solar energy in Latvia, then now it is already 26%. So in 2020, the solar energy was 0% each year. Then we also see a quite huge reduction in use of coal, but the hydro energy is static. Why? It is hard to build new hydroelectric stations and hydropower plants, and it is very hard to build them, to also coordinate all the interests, and therefore in the world, hydropower plants are not developed a lot. And as I said, here we can be very proud that average indicator in Europe is 41%, and we are the sixth best in Europe looking at renewables. And let us remember that large part of this is our heritage from the past. And if we look at the development of new renewables, here we have quite a lot of homework we have to do. The next question is quite provoking. So, are we experiencing the renaissance of nuclear energy? Here is a slide. You probably have seen it before. If you look at the IPCC calculations, which is the scientific branch of UN climate changes organization that are organizing those regular conferences, and the reference was already made to this, that we see that without development of nuclear energy, at the global level, we cannot achieve climate goals because nuclear energy is is energy of low emissions. Also, there is a huge potential. At the same time, we have to remember, if we think that it is hard to install solar or wind turbines, then for nuclear energy power plants, it is a much longer time. There are a lot of challenges, as our minister already said, that it is not easy. A lot of funding, also safety issues are very crucial, and therefore discussions have to be done ahead, and we should not hurry, but also not to be too slow, as the Mr. Minister already said. For this audience who are sitting here, I was thinking whether to insert this slide or not. But I believe that you know it, but just to remind. So modular reactor is a smaller one. And the main characteristic of modular nuclear reactor is that it is not built in a specific location, but it is manufactured in the factory, then it's brought to the site and built. So what does it mean? We need a less infrastructure, we have more also chances for development, the total costs are a little bit lower, and also for some of them there are smaller safety areas. Because classically, when we think about modular reactor, this is the one which was industrially created, and the power is below 300 megawatts. And this is a very, very brave slide coming from a person who is not an expert in nuclear energy. But I was studying energy in the US, and I had a chance to get to know the current situation with modular reactor technology. And I would agree to the previous speakers. I have heard the terminology new generation nuclear reactor, and also other terms. And when we speak about modular, this is just a characteristic how we build it, but then there are different features characteristic to those reactors. So the first type is the reactors that are cooled by water. This is something we know, and this is something we use in our conventional reactors. There are the ones with so-called light water and heavy water. And what is important, there are such reactors, not modular, because for small modular reactors, the main challenge is that they don't exist yet. And so we will see how it works. We know that, but on the other hand, we know that the technology is tested and it works. Two second options are in the stage of development. What is very interesting is reactors of melting salt. And what is peculiar and interesting about them is storage of energy. And storage of energy is very important. And we see all three developers, and the most popular is TerraPower. Quite significant funding. They are developing it for data center, and they are also planning how to service the needs of artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence data center. If this is not only on the paper, but also in real life, this is a dream come true for energy specialists, at least for me. And the third one is the reactors that are cooled by gas, for example, helium. And there is a very, very high temperature and opportunity to use this high temperature in the manufacturing processes. That would allow us to decarbonize sectors where there is a very hard to do it. And please don't ask separate and more questions about those three types, but I have also inserted reference to the research I got this information from. And now I'll speak about the topic actually I was supposed to speak. So, and this, I guess, is the question for all of us, very close to our heart. When are we going to have the first reactor in the Baltic states? And let's outline where those three Baltic sisters or countries are now. All three countries are in the stage of research and analyzing. In Estonia, there is already in-depth assessment that was developed in cooperation with International Atomic Energy Agency, and I believe our colleagues, Estonian colleagues, will tell about it more. Then there is also a discussion about the supervision regulator, but I believe those who are working with it will tell about it more. And if we look at the report, we can see that the plan is to implement the nuclear energy in the general structure starting from the year 2035 with amount 1.2 gigawatts. And this would be for Estonia replacement for the previous stations. About Lithuania, Ignalina station was closed down in 2009, and the total end of all the commissioning, total decommissioning would be in 2038. And in 2028, the final decision about small modular stations will be taken, and the production generating would be started in 2038 in case of a positive decision. So why all three countries are doing this process slowly, carefully, but also without delay? This is because we have three most important topics that were already outlined. So the first is impact on the operations of energy system, also impact on energy prices and economy, and impact on environment and society. If you look at the energy system and impact on it, it is very important to ensure deliveries of nuclear fuel, because if we don't want to purchase products and be dependent on aggressor country, it is also quite complicated with fuel. And we need to think about delivery chains so that we don't replace one dependency with another. And I will tell a little bit more about each of them. Here is a graph that I really like, and it also touches upon something that was mentioned during the opening speeches. So energy storage is a huge and critical and central issue in electric energy, especially if we look at the electric energy as in our circumstances. And we have three large problems: balancing of X hour, and we have various markets available in various timeframes that works quite well. Next is the the daily fluctuations, and the important role is played by solar energy, especially in the moments when we come home in the evening. Consumption increases, it becomes dark, but the sun is not shining anymore. We have solved it with batteries, but the challenge is to make it commercially profitable because batteries are very expensive. According to Lazarov's research, it is worth start accumulating energy only when it's exceeding 40%, and this is quite allowed. And then also, another issue is seasonal fluctuations. Winter, summer, it's cold, and also the fluctuations of solar energy. We have some directions for solutions, but we are also still looking forward to abilities and skills of our scientists, how to use the renewable energy with competitive prices. I know that there will be another presentation about costs and investments, so I will not talk about this so much, but the most important indicator is what is the price of one energy unit in its life cycle. And of course, we have to look also at the investments that are needed for building, construction, and other processes of a new station. And those data are from the 10-year plans of our app operators. As those modular reactors do not exist in life, we don't know the actual costs. Here we have only assumptions. When we read the literature, we can find various numbers starting from 40 till 190 or 200, and so it proves that we don't know yet. If we speak about our community and environment, in 2010, there was a research where potentially we could place those reactors, considering three main aspects: infrastructure, geological circumstances, and also natural situation, and the opportunity to have these safety zones. When we did this research, we received a lot of applications sent to the ministry. Please don't build this reactor close to my home. Yes, I totally understand. And this map is not a promise and also not a threat, but we are using the data that already exists. We didn't carry out a new survey about things that have not changed. And what is the most important, that when you look at this map, is that there are sites, we could find it, but we need to research more. And as our community, as I spoke about community, I would say that I am very happy and also proud that the awareness about nuclear energy has increased among our community. The minister already said that we have very heavy memories in relation to nuclear energy during the Soviet times. But right now, when we are experiencing increase of energy prices, people have actually assessed and listened and thought about it, and half of our population support conceptually development of nuclear energy in Latvia. Of course, there is sometimes a difference whether I want this energy in general or am I ready to have it close to my home. And then, of course, the number of supporters is lower. In Estonia and Lithuania, it's 52%, in Estonia, 60%. And so all three Baltic countries also in this sense are together in these numbers. And so I would invite you to provide and to give the information to the community so that they understand what are the good things that nuclear energy provide. Also, I would encourage young people to study these sciences, and I wish you a successful conference. Any questions from the audience? Because I have two questions. I said that those who raise hand in the audience, that would be preference, but we have a question from the audience online. So based on the data that you showed us. Could you do some modeling? What would be economically beneficial? Would you say that? So you showed where we are, you described, but are you calculating? Are you outsourcing? Would you allow Estonians to do calculations or what? Yes, it's right. We don't need to invent a wheel from scratch. But this is not a story. Latvian and Lithuanian, Estonian energy systems are different. And our initial research with our reports made us to understand that we need to create a nuclear energy program. Whether we do it or not, it depends on our parliament. So we will submit the draft and we will see whether we are moving closer to the nuclear energy. But this decision, this is a decision of all our population. So we will wait for a decision from the parliament. But from our side, we will continue in-depth research also in cooperation with Atomic Energy Agency, so that we are closer to this, so at the serious level. And about education, we know that those are specific people, the nuclear scientists, sometimes they have to be protected. But what about ideas? How to arrange it? The minister said we need to start thinking about it. But what do? We will not create a new university. Maybe we can provide scholarships for those who are studying science, maybe scholarship for those who specialize in this area. And maybe the University of Latvia or Technical University. So are we able to start a new study program, the first in the Baltics, and maybe Polish people come to study here, 48 million maybe. About this, we are thinking, and we have not only challenges in nuclear energy. We are lacking people in the coal energy sector. The salaries are quite high in this sector. Also in our ministry, we are looking for them in all possible ways. So we work together with the high voltage network, and we are looking for the cost efficient way how to motivate young people. And this is also reflected by the fact that the minister very often visits schools to understand what has to be done. And we have not created a specific program, but we have discussed what we can do together so that we really have those employees, that we don't need to fight for each employee. And as our labor market is quite narrow, and maybe for some little time it will even be a little bit not so good, but later we will improve. So yeah, all due respect that you are speaking so honestly. Yes, unfortunately, if we look at the human capital in 5 years, we cannot change it now because people already have made their choices. And when the minister goes to grade 11 and says, Jānis, study nuclear energy, we will have it. And then Jānis goes to the university and maybe becomes a super chemist or something. But if we have 14 such persons, it will be success. Yeah, but we can't force people. We need to inspire them, and this means we need to work together. And we, as responsible in the sector, we have to. But I am sorry. I could actually speak long more, but I need to run away. So, okay. Liga, I understand. We are not happy to see that you are running away. Probably you wanted to hear the rest of the presentations, but now the next speaker, Rebecca Runner, who is the representative of the Estonian Ministry of Climate.
So please, Relika, I was just saying that you were a little bit ahead of us. You made this group which started these calculations. So I understand the calculations we are lacking still. We've got data, but no kind of modeling. So you made a kind of pre-modeling, or it's real modeling, and now you are going to send it to your Prime Minister to make a decision, or where we are, or where you are, your taxpayers, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Labrit dāmi un kungi. I am going to present you an overview of Estonian nuclear energy considerations and where we are standing currently in our decision-making process and how we arrange this analysis process throughout 2.5 years period. So I am Relika Runnel. I'm working in Estonian Ministry of Climate, and I am the coordinator and an author of Estonian Nuclear Energy Working Group's comprehensive report. So just like Latvia, Estonia has challenge to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And we need to decarbonize our electricity production, because currently we are still reliant on our domestic fossil fuel oil shale, which has so long provided us our security of supply. And we are making a great progress with installing new renewables, wind and solar. But we have to still admit that we need something that is firm and dispatchable and available all the time when the sun is not shining and the wind is not blowing. So we have estimated that after 2035, we need at least 1,200 megawatts of firm dispatchable source of electricity to support the renewables. Compared to Latvian electricity consumption annually, Estonian electricity consumption currently is quite small. It's about 8.5 terawatt hours annually, but it's about to increase due to this decarbonization, electrification of different sectors. So when we're speaking about nuclear, it's clear that in such a small electricity grid, those big conventional reactors are out of question for us. So in Estonia, we can consider only small modular reactors because due to grid limitations, it's possible to connect units up to 400 megawatts into a grid without creating disruptions. And even if Estonia has very good connection lines with our neighboring country, Finland, and with Latvia, so we estimate that for energy security reasons, we need to have the capability to produce enough electricity for our own purpose on site as well. Because we had to learn this the hard way during the recent year. So since it takes one Chinese cargo ship with a loose anchor to cut us off from supply with Finland. So this is a major issue. And in order to ensure energy security, we need firm dispatchable production units. Whether it's going to be gas or nuclear, it's up to the politicians to decide. But in 2021, Estonian government established a nuclear energy working group, which is an interministerial working group, in order to analyze thoroughly the feasibility of using small modular reactors in Estonia beyond 2030. Almost all ministries in Estonia are represented in this working group at the high level. It's either like the state secretary or like vice minister's level or head of department level at least. It was formed at a very high level to have this very high level of engagement. And almost all ministries came along very well with this idea and contributed into this process throughout this 2.5 years time. In addition to the high-level nuclear energy working group, we formed 2 sub-working groups more on an expert level. It was one sub-working group was dealing with spatial planning and site selection, and it already included some relevant stakeholder groups like Estonian Chamber of Environmental Associations and Association of Estonian Cities and Municipalities. The second working group was formed right after the war in Ukraine started, and to analyze the nuclear security and emergency preparedness and response aspects of the nuclear program. And this was led by Ministry of Interior in Estonia. When we started with the working group, we used the International Atomic Energy Agency's milestones approach as a reference. And we analyzed all those 19 nuclear infrastructure issues described there. We conducted first analysis and mapped all those topics and that where we can contribute using our own internal resources and identify those where we need some external assistance. And as a country without any prior experience with nuclear energy, the working group relied on international cooperation opportunities heavily. So International Atomic Energy Agency, of course, was our #1 cooperation partner. Estonia, just like Latvia, is also participating in IAEA's technical cooperation program, where we receive training courses, we attend technical meetings, workshops, etc., and we were seeking assistance from the agency to support us in our nuclear energy considerations. Second important partner is United States of America, and they established the first program, which is designed to support the target countries, their SMR considerations, and to increase this knowledge and help assist countries in capacity building regarding SMRs. Our northern neighbor Finland has been engaged in the process from the beginning. Actually, it was the request from the government when the working group was formed that we should be in close contact and cooperation with the Finnish Nuclear Regulatory Authority, STUK. And they helped us to review our interim report and provided us an analysis on radiation protection and the environmental monitoring aspects. In addition, they, of course, provided those study tours and consultancy services to Estonians. We have a cooperation memorandum with Canadian Nuclear Regulatory Authority to follow the licensing procedure of GE Hitachi's Beaver X300 reactor there in Darlington, so that we could, our regulatory authority could learn from the process. We're also cooperating with Japan, and they have provided those study tours and workshops for Estonians. France has also provided their expertise and study tours and has provided an opportunity to learn from them. And actually next week with the United States of America, Estonian Environmental Board and US Nuclear Regulatory Commission are about to sign a cooperation agreement, so we could learn from the US counterparts as well regarding the licensing procedure of SMRs. Here is a long list of all those analyses, strategies, and surveys that the working group performed throughout those throughout 2 years, because on the first year, 2021, we were working with a zero budget. Overall budget for the nuclear energy working group was 577,000 euros, and 209,000 of that came from EU structural funds for research and development for certain surveys, for example, for site selection survey, because in Estonia we had never conducted something similar surveys before, so it met those R&D requirements. Here is a summary of some of those key surveys that the working group took. So it was clear that we cannot consider nuclear program if we don't have the information whether we have potentially suitable candidate areas for hosting NPP and final disposal facility for spent fuel. So we were looking those two things together already from the beginning. So actually it was identified that we could hypothetically consider constructing NPP in 16 different areas in Estonia, but 4 areas were shortlisted after socioeconomic impact assessment, where this would bring this regional development as well. One in West Coast in Varbla, and 3 on our northern coast, Loksa, Kunda, and Toila. One area marked with red was excluded for national security reasons by the Minister of Defense, because they are already nationally important facilities, and they reckoned that maybe it would be too much for them if we would add an NPP into this equation. But it was confirmed that we have plenty of potentially suitable sites, so we can continue with the program. As part of our communication strategy, we are performing those public opinion surveys on a regular basis. So we are continuing them now as well, although the working group's comprehensive report has been presented, and we're expecting the newest results within 2 weeks' time. But the support to nuclear energy, just like Liga presented, has been around 60% in Estonia. And it is in strong correlation with the price of electricity. When the electricity price is higher, the support rate to nuclear is also higher. And we are also monitoring the effect of the situation that is going on in Ukraine, whether it has affected the support or has decreased it. Actually, in Estonia, it increased the support a couple of percentage because people realize that we cannot rely on import. And the whole Europe learned that the hard way, that we cannot be reliant on Russian gas. And we need to ensure energy security. Then, of course, there's a question how many people we would need. So we estimated that it's about 60 people that we would need to have in a regulator authority. Since in Estonia we're considering that this power plant would be constructed and operated by private sector, we were analyzing only this, the needs of creating a national regulatory environment and how much people we would need to acquire. Those 60 is during operating phase and together with supporting staff members. Of course, for the political level decision makers, money is the key question. How much money it will take to uphold this kind of system and to develop it. So we estimated that it would take about 73 million euros from the beginning until the first the electricity is produced in the NPP for creating this regulatory environment, plus this emergency preparedness and response matters. So roughly 100 million over like about 10 years period. Annually, about 10 million euros is needed to uphold this regulatory system. But during the construction phase, it already starts to bring in more money that we are spending on the regulatory authority, because the construction process itself, it boosts economy, even temporarily. So before we presented the final comprehensive report to the government in October 2023, we hosted IAEA INER mission. So it's a nuclear infrastructure review mission. So we needed a confirmation that the working group has been on the right track. And we have a right understanding what is necessary in order to start using nuclear power. So we passed the mission with flying colors, and Estonia was the first country in the world to go through this mission for small modular reactors only. And the working group then concluded that based on the results of the IAEA mission and the analysis and service, that the introduction of nuclear energy in Estonia is feasible. It would support our climate targets and provide security of supply. But at the same time, we have to admit that this is a very lengthy procedure. We're starting from scratch, and it takes about 11 years before we can start producing electricity from the NPP. The preparation time is very long. The comprehensive report was published at the end of December, and it is available also in English language on the webpage of Ministry of Climate. We introduced it to the government in February, and now we are waiting for the Parliament's decision on nuclear energy. The Parliament initiated the debate on April 18th. And now we are waiting for the first reading of the Parliament's declaration that will express the support of the initiating of the procedure of developing this national framework for nuclear in order to enable the nuclear energy to enter our market. It doesn't yet grant the construction of the NPP, so it's a very soft level decision. We're hoping, yes, maybe they're able to adopt the decision by the end of June, which is their ambition. But if they're going to adopt it by the end of the year, then it's good enough. Then we would start establishing regulatory authority, legislation, and start the capacity building activities and cooperations with universities, similar challenges as there are in Latvia. And of course, we're going to continue with the site selection procedures. So to conclude, I would like to stress that this is the very first step that we're expecting from the Parliament. We are also in the very beginning of the process, and the Parliament has to decide which further decisions are the Parliament's level and which are government level or lower level. So we are currently waiting for the Parliament to take the first step, initiate the establishment of a national framework. And and the message from the working group is that to the Latvian colleagues as well, is to be open and transparent in this process, to make all those materials publicly available as much as possible, without those that are without security implications, and put focus on communication. This is the key. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I've got very long question for you, but you can do it kind of with a smile.
Okay,
because photographer.
I'm trying to be brief because I'm already
but the
over
briefness makes this or that. Just give me your internal feeling of this good cooperation? Because you remember 10 years ago, it was our prime ministers, males, by the way. Now we've got all females, right? 3 of them. They were kind of concluding that, yes, we are going to build like a typical nuclear station somewhere in Baltics. Then we waited for polls. They were like coming and not coming and blah, blah, blah. And I really, as a journalist, I'm now having the same question as someone put it. I mean, if that was kind of serious but never happened as at least one realistic step, how do you now feel on this cooperation level and sincere willingness to do, not to stick to this blah, blah, blah? You've got your first steps. We are preparing to do our kind of first steps. Now, where are we in this sincerity to ourselves as a Baltics? I know you want to be Nordic country, but since your president married later on a Latvian girl, even though that's the same person who told that he's a Nordic and he's not, you know, taking Latvians as the best friends, but you told it yourself. There's going to come one Russian ship and that's enough to cut you out from these Finns. So the best neighbors are we, Balts, Latvians and Lithuanians. You should admit it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now what about your feeling?
No, I have very strong positive feelings about this Baltic states cooperation. It definitely has an added value. And this is a question what our politicians are asking for me as well. But what is Latvia doing? What are their ideas? Whether they would like to cooperate with us. Are there any possibilities? We were asked to analyze this. About that, since I mentioned that it's a private sector that we're expecting to develop this NPP in Estonian, it's a question to Kalev. But from the government's perspective, it's more than welcome if Latvia would like to join us in this project.
Now listen, because you showed this, I give you chocolate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, you asked the question to Kalev, so Kalev has to come and to give us an answer. It's nice to see you. Every year we meet, more or less the same timing, but I guess you have something to report. What has been done on this security issue, on this perception? So you are a co-founder of Fermi Energia, and well, I wish you all the best. Maybe it's really a Fermi Energia that is going to do it in Latvia first, and then in Estonia. Can you imagine such a scenario?
No.
Okay, you are honest Estonian. Thank you.
Yeah. But regarding international cooperation in nuclear energy, this we have to remember nuclear energy was created thanks to international cooperation. In America, also the British and Canadians were heavily cooperating. Unfortunately, also some Germans who gave off the clues to Russians. But yeah, nuclear still is very, very international. Last week I was in Canada, before that in Prague on the Central Eastern European Conference, Nuclear Energy Conference, and obviously we have shareholders from Sweden, but also from United States and also Belgium. And another example is two small countries called Slovenia and Croatia, that the nuclear power plant is situated on the river. Its name is Krško, and the 49% is owned by Croatia. Another example is Bulgaria is building the large Kozloduy unit, but Greece, that does not have nuclear energy but requires energy security, and they're connected. Greece is going to acquire or take offtake about 40% of the energy produced. So there are many forms like that. Or for example, in Netherlands, 30% of the Borssele power plant operated there is owned by the German utility RWE. Or in Sweden, Fortum is owning 30% of all the nuclear power plants owned by Vattenfall in majority. So the international cooperation in that space is totally normal, totally logical, and especially so for very, very small countries such as us. We are really small societies, let's say poorly industrially developed, and let's say geographical location is not ideal. So that is only natural that we cooperate. And if we don't do so, we are stupid. And so in energy space, we definitely need to work. And we need definitely, given our neighbor, need not to be stupid. So shortly about Ferminergia that you have already seen, some changes that we have raised more money from mostly Estonian entrepreneurs. Really, I really have to commend Estonian entrepreneurs who have funded our activity. Quickly looking at last year's energy balance, all of our Baltic states were in deficit, and that's why we have the high prices. So this is looking at the annual average prices last year, okay, 2023, and this is so far this year. Again, we are one of the European highest prices, and why? Because we don't have this large hydro and nuclear baseload that is prevalent in Finland and Sweden, so which provides this baseload on which the renewables can be built. And I'm very sorry that the Minister of Climate personnel went away, because this information would be valuable, I think. So here is a short explanation why, when we look at daily basis, the production balance, even if we increase 6 times wind capacity in Estonia, and double the existing solar that we have already at 600 megawatt to 1200, we will still have significant periods where the demand is not met. And this is assuming 2022 demand. Definitely by 2035, it has to increase. Importantly, I drive an EV. I drove an EV from Tallinn to here. The EVs also in the winter take more energy, like I would say even close to half more, because the heating is really necessary. And also the homes, when we convert them from gas, and my home is on heat pump, they take electricity, obviously, and the electricity has to be always there. And also when we have Rail Baltica, then it has to work every day on assumed or plannable prices. With this kind of market system, the planability is, out of window. You cannot prognose. But if we would have, for Estonia, 600 megawatt, we would have energy security, even in winter. And this is really important. And looking at August, obviously, we have let's say, a little bit lower demand, and solar really in August shows up, but it doesn't produce in the darkness ever. But with nuclear, we would again meet the demand and be able to be in position of export. But we definitely from 10 months out, the Baltic states will be one blood system. So the frequency management for Estonia without Latvia being in the middle is impossible. Impossible. We will have blackouts immediately, because with Finland we have a AC interconnection. So export in that sense is like to Latvia is in that sense is totally illogical kind of concept, because we are one system, and we actually need to aim, and it is really important for any nuclear power plant or any large, even offshore plant to be built, wind park to be built in Baltic states, is to have same price system, same price market, which we don't have yet now. And we had a very good conversation yesterday. It seems that the direction is that way. But looking at the Baltic power generation map, where we got our electricity, the largest source was imports. So Finland and Sweden were producing power for us, and sometimes Poland. But we also, because we export some to Poland as well. But when we did some calculation inside our Ferminergia, yes, no problem. Wind will be dominating energy source. There is going to need to be invested billions in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia into additional wind capacities. We will have many places covered with windmills. And there will have to be significant subsidies for that. There will be no wind capacities built without subsidies. Also, very little of solar. So, and Estonian consumers already pay 100 million a year in subsidies. So putting in context 78 million for 10 years for building nuclear energy capacity. So we have to subsidize, otherwise there will be no capacities. And the European Council agreed that two-sided contracts for difference have to be applied from 2026 equally to renewables and nuclear. And I know in Czech Republic, in Polska, and Bulgaria, and Romania, the new projects will be funded for the nuclear with the CFDs, two-side CFDs. So when the price goes over a certain limit, then it pays back to the government. And because nuclear produces all the time, it is not one-sided, but actually two-sided. So it's revenue neutral to the consumers, and it really, really is important. But what is really important also is that in the Baltic space, according to official Estonian transmission system operator report as of December last year, we will have close to, in all the Baltics and Estonia and Finland also included, more than 3,000 megawatts of capacity that will be closing. That includes Latvia, the 400 megawatt that was on 2033. In Lithuania, there's a lot of natural gas capacity that's really old from, I don't know, Brezhnev time or before that. And in Finland, they're closing all the coal and a lot of the natural gas as well, because they have carbon neutrality 2035 goal. So how do we get security of supply in that situation? I don't understand it. But so that puts, I think, significant pressure to move forward with the nuclear project. And when we look also to the carbon prices, yes, we now have moderately low carbon prices at 70, 60, 75 euros. But when 2026 CBAM steps into effect, additional sectors will be added to ETS and district heating and transportation, where some calculations have been already done in Estonia that the diesel prices will increase by 80 cents or so, or maybe 70 cents. But this will be added sectors into ETS. We will definitely see prices more than 100 euros, maybe more than 130 euros per ton of CO2, which effectively puts coal and oil shale in Estonia out of action. So it's going to be economical. And this is like a short picture of how the electricity production in our case, if we would have no fossils in 2038, would look like. And in Estonia, we're working on climate law by the Minister of Climate, and clearly in the electricity sector, all emissions have to be gone by 2040, which is, you know, only 15 years from now, or 16 years from now. So, and then we have some time until 2050 to decarbonize industry, transportation, and lastly, agriculture. So it's going to be very, very tight. Well, this is the picture on the electricity market, and the customers really need stable priced PPAs. We have in Estonia projects that are being invited into Estonia, totally potential consuming many terawatt hours of electricity. But we spoke to the government agency working with that no one is offering them fixed price PPAs, power purchasing agreements. No one. And if there is no fixed price, you don't invest, because you don't know what the pricing is going to be. So we from the fundamental basis that nuclear energy provides long-term certainty in the price, we know we're in a good position. And what unfortunately Ligate failed to mention is what is really important about nuclear, really most important even, is to think strategically. Because yes, for the time that you're paying down your capital expenditure, yes, the total cost is for Olkiluoto 3, that was, construction started 2005, the cost is 53. For the new units, yes, it is really reasonable to calculate with 75, maybe with 80, depends on the cost of capital. But after the cost of the capital has been paid down, first 15, 20 years, you're looking at the operating cost of 25, 30, which at capacity factor 90, 93, 94%. No generation source can compete with that. I mean, and this is for next 40, 60, maybe even 80 years. I was on the Prague conference, fresh news to you, all American nuclear power plants are going to 2-year refueling cycle, and they've safely assumed that all, or not all, but majority of the nuclear power plants, they will be having lifetime extension to 100 years. Originally, the plan was for 40, then 60 was the standard. Many plants have applications to NRC for 80 years, and they safely assume they operate for 100 as well. So it's quite a technology. And then, of course, what the public says is really important, but I don't have the slide, but what really matters, and Ligate said, if people are faced with the fact that the nuclear will be on their backyard, then there will be different situation. No, there isn't. In Estonia, we have 2 municipalities which have in their council voted formally to participate in the national designated spatial planning process, which we submit the application in the positive parliament decision case in September. Because we need to start that planning process because it takes a lot of time. And with the support level in the municipalities has also been more than 50%. Because they know they need industries. They need the jobs. So yeah, I'm really, really happy about the amount of work done by, how did Mr. Churchill say, that a small amount of people. And I can report that 55 members of the parliament. In Estonia, we have 1 more member in the parliament than you have in Seima. So we have 101. And 55 members signed the draft declaration, and yeah, I think it will pass. And yeah, it's our technology choice is the same as Orlen Syntos, which is the realistic reactor. A realistic reactor that will be deployed, some more characteristics, but last Wednesday I was in Darlington, where it is constructed by this company called Acon. This is Greg Theed, who presented also in February in Tallinn. They're doing great amount of work over there. 160 people on site, 20 bulldozers, as you see over there, and 5 large-scale cranes, drilling machines doing the, as you see with this design, you have embedded element. So significant amount of work. And so our plan for Fermi-Energia is to do siting for many years, to really pick best site that is similar to the reference design site, that we would have no design changes. Obviously, we're rooting for the Polish construction start as soon as possible as well. And indeed, by the time that the units are operating in Darlington, we would submit our license application, that the regulator would be, hopefully regulator would be ready by then, and regulatory cooperation with the Canada works well. And then indeed we could, if the financing also preparation goes well, we could start site construction in 2031, which is preceded with the site preparation that you see already on that slide. And yeah, I don't go into district heating, but I would emphasize that what our minister, Kristen Michal, has been saying, but also the Prime Minister, is that we have to make this decarbonization a success story. If we don't, we have to blame ourselves only, right? And this means that if the key to that is electricity, then the price and security of supply have to be secured. If it's not, we will fail. We will fail, and we have only us to blame if we are not able to tackle difficult things, and it is difficult, and to work long-term and also cooperate long-term with each other. Also, Rail Baltica will fail if we are not able to cooperate, and many others will not work, or defense will not work if we are not able to cooperate and learn from each other. So I'm thankful for invited third time, and I hope there will be several more times, and we'll start practical work, cooperation. I would say also here that we will make a proposal to Latvenergo for consideration this year, after the vote is done in Estonia. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. My very quick question is actually about the vote. It's in the European Parliament's discussions here in Latvia, and I guess it's in Estonia the same. There is plenty of political parties that are saying they are going to kill this Green Deal. You are talking to be, as an option, do it better. So why don't you stand with a big drapeau somewhere in the middle of, I don't know, Brussels or Riga or Tallinn or wherever you want, that there is a solution. The Green Deal is achievable if you name things as it is. The nuclear might be also part of the Green Deal. Now, no one considers this seriously, at least in our countries. They just want to kill Green Deal itself because it's too heavy to introduce. Where are you, activists? I don't want you to be Greenpeace activists, but,
Well, first off, nuclear energy is officially green energy in the European Union. That's first.
On a paper, not in people's mind.
No, well, it's also in people's minds. If you're not informed about, they're not on the page. Well, if you look at European average, Germany is not Europe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you.
It is. They are not the kings of Europe. But Europe is 27 member states. Yeah. We all are Europe. Okay, and second is that and Germany will have elections, and they will have a new prime minister that will give Taurus to Ukrainians.
Sure.
This will happen.
Sure.
So, second is, in Estonia, we have also people who are skeptical about, unreasonable and too ideological kind of green policies that are too expensive to the people.
Yes.
And we are happy, actually, that those people in Estonian parliament as well, conservatives, are supportive of nuclear energy, which is the case in most of, let's say, very conservative people in European Union. Yeah. Also in Sweden, Svenska Demokrater are pro-nuclear. So, this is and nuclear is quite a unique issue also politically in United States, where, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are not exactly friends, but the Democrats and the Republicans are both united in two issues, against China and pro-nuclear. So, oh, well, yeah.
I understand. So let's continue this discussion over the coffee break, but now we will continue discussion for maybe. Thank you very much. And can you please serve yourself? Make a choice. You know that oh, yes, absolutely. You can give it even to your wife, even to your enemy. You can give chocolate always. Now, one more chocolate will be given to Simon when he is leaving the stage. Now Simon is coming. Simon Stedforth comes from United Kingdom. But it is also, the title of this presentation will be about, should we actually change maybe a perception, but then a law as well, right? So you did some changes in the people's minds and on a paper. So here how the change is working. So Simon, the floor is yours, and chocolate after. Huh?
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here. My name is Simon Stutterford, although as I see on your program, Simon Stetsford, which I quite like. Maybe that's my new Latvian name. But Simon Stutterford is my name. I'm a UK lawyer. My area is energy and infrastructure. I'm in private practice, but I've been in industry as well. So over about 15 years, for example, I was involved in Horizon Nuclear Power's project, supporting them with legal processes around licensing and permitting that project, which actually involved the GE Hitachi's Advanced Boiling Water Reactor. The large version sadly was suspended in 2019, but that's sort of some of my background of experience. I also set up a nuclear law module, and I lecture in nuclear law at the University of Birmingham. So just to give you a flavor of where I come from and what I do. I'm going to talk about the potential for a revised framework, a new look at nuclear regulation when it comes to nuclear. But my focus here is very much on advanced nuclear technologies, so small modular reactors as well as advanced modular reactors. That's the theme, and I think that works best in terms of the context here today, because my understanding is that Latvia is very much looking at those as opposed to large nuclear. Some of these points will probably apply to large nuclear, but the main theme is around advanced nuclear technologies. So I'm going to cover these topics. So to start with, do we need to look at revising a national nuclear legal framework? And some of the experience I have, so I helped Relika and her team, the Ministry of Climate in Estonia, doing this for the last 8 or 9 months, looking at their legal regulatory framework and drafting their nuclear law. So I have some very recent experience of what might be required for a new nuclear legal framework. A new approach to licensing. We need to look at that because these small modular reactors or advanced modular reactors have different requirements, certainly different timescales. And if the current licensing processes, which are fit for large nuclear, are going to work, some adaptation is required. A new approach to siting as well. I'm going to talk a bit about that. The potential of a review for the nuclear liability regime and its application to new nuclear technologies. Some other challenges, and then finally some experience from other jurisdictions, including Estonia, but other jurisdictions around the world, which I think should be of interest. So to start with, what might a revised legal framework look like at the national level? Well, there's no doubt, and I'm not an expert in Latvian law, but the current Latvian legal framework is likely to need some updating. So we have at present the principal law, the law on radiation safety and nuclear safety, but also underneath that, of course, the secondary sources and regulations and decisions issued by the government cabinet, the cabinet of ministers. And that includes, for example, Cabinet Regulations number 65 of 2021, which deals with licensing. So undoubtedly, that framework will need to be looked at and will undoubtedly require some updating. But when we look in more detail at the actual national level legal framework, what are some of the things that might need to be changed? Well, I've listed on this slide some of them. To start with, any government pre-approval required. So in Estonia, they have the example of a decision in principle. That might need to be considered. How do you accommodate test or research or prototype reactors? Again, that's something you would want to cover in your framework. A pre-licensing process. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later on. A revised justification process. Is there an argument to revise that quite cumbersome process, certainly from my experience in the UK, and to make that a more streamlined, more effective process? What about siting arrangements? So part of the attraction of advanced nuclear technologies is around the potential for a reduced emergency planning zone. So again, how do you accommodate that within siting arrangements? Nuclear liability limits and the potential accession here I mentioned to the Convention on Supplemental Compensation. That needs to be considered. So currently, not surprisingly, because of what Latvia currently has, it has a very, very low operator limit. It's around 6 million euros, as I understand it, with public funds covering up to 115 million euros. But most active Vienna Convention nuclear countries have at least 150 million special drawing rights. So again, that needs to be looked at. And then the argument about potential accession to the Convention on Supplemental Compensation could be particularly interesting in the context of if either US or potentially even Canadian developers were interested in coming into Latvia. It would certainly be very attractive from their perspective. Review of regulator powers. So you currently have the Radiation Safety Centre of the State Environmental Service under the supervision of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. And clearly, the regulator powers is an important element to be revised and updated, assuming that there's a move towards a new nuclear program. Reviewing the position on export of radioactive materials, again, I'm going to touch on this a little bit later, but that's something else that would need to be considered within a new legal framework. And then finally, alignment with new technologies and options for streamlining that, what is at present, potentially quite cumbersome regulatory process and processes. So that's sort of overall what a revised legal framework might look like. In terms of, I'm going to drill down a little bit more into some of the specifics. So in terms of licensing, so the challenge here really is that we have a current approach to licensing that very much works for conventional large reactors. It was designed for large conventional gigawatt reactors. But now we're looking at something much different, you know, something around 300, 400 megawatts typically for advanced nuclear technologies. So that approach to licensing, I would argue, and indeed countries are actively looking at this, needs to be revised, needs to be adapted. We also have what I call the double licensing problem. So we have, you know, a potential developer and a manufacturer in a country, in one country, looking to install in another country. Let's take the example of, let's say, Canada in relation to GE, looking to install, let's take Estonia as its example. Currently, we have what might look like a double licensing issue. So how do you get around that? And I'm going to talk a bit more about that. Pre-licensing. So that currently exists. You have that in the UK with something called the generic design assessment process. You also have in Canada, the Canadian regulator has what's called the vendor design review process. These are good processes, but they need to be much simpler and much more streamlined. So one option that is typically discussed is this idea in terms of licensing, whether we ought to have standardization or harmonization. And there's a lot of work that's gone on in relation to that. From the World Nuclear Association Cordell Group, there's the IAEA NISI initiative, and there's the EU Commission's Industrial Alliance for Small Modular Reactors. My take on that is that standardization, harmonization is a great goal and is the ultimate goal. But we are some way away from standardization, harmonization. We're moving slowly in some respects in that direction, but it's going to take too long for advanced nuclear technologies. And therefore, what we are seeing increasingly is a slightly different approach, and that's more about collaboration. With oversight from the IAEA, which of course is very important, but what we're seeing increasingly is joint regulatory approaches on specific topics. For example, between the Canadian and the US regulatory authorities. They actually take specific topics relating to a particular technology, they examine them, 5 or 6 topics, something like that, and they reach common positions. So that is the approach that I would advocate. Ultimately, I'd love to see standardization, harmonization. But before you get there, what I would argue for, we need to see more of this joint regulatory approach. And we are seeing it. So, for example, in relation to EDF's newer design, we now have 6 regulators that are looking at that technology. And this is one of the solutions potentially to this double licensing problem. You actually deal with a lot of the common topics. You will always have site-specific issues in relation to each country, and a regulator has the right to deal with those, and I'm not saying otherwise. But if you can deal with a certain number of common topics, then you are well on your way. A new approach to siting challenges. Well, because of the specific characteristics of these new nuclear technologies, new applications, not only electricity, but also heat use, hydrogen production, synthetic fuel production, etc., we are now looking at the potential for these new technologies to be much closer to either industrial and non-industrial sites, much closer to urban conurbations, and the option for co-location with industry, not to mention storage options. That does, of course, present some challenges. How do you deal with remote applications? And how do you deal with, how do you create an effective siting policy for off-grid SMR deployment to those remote areas? but a new approach is required, particularly when you consider, so in the case of the US, they've looked at the new scale Voyager and decided that that EPZ can be seriously, emergency planning zone can be seriously reduced. A review of the nuclear liability regime, and I'm conscious I don't have much time, and I suspect that Zemfira, who's speaking later, will talk a little bit more about nuclear liability. But in brief, Latvia is currently a party to the Vienna Convention and the protocol to amend the Vienna Convention and the joint protocol. We currently have, as some of you will know, two regimes, the IAEA and the OECD regimes. So we have a certain amount of a lack of uniformity between the two. We also have current inconsistencies about the minimum liability amount of damages for an NPP operator. So the question is, what's the correct limit of liability for operators of new nuclear technologies? And that's something that will need to be addressed, which could impact investments and deployments, and indeed could lead potentially to advanced nuclear technology manufacturers forum shopping, in other words, choosing a jurisdiction that suits them best. A question here, is a harmonized global liability legal regime the solution? It's an open question. There's a lot of debate on that subject. There are other challenges. We've mentioned safeguards. There are challenges around non-proliferation risks. The idea, for example, I mentioned a few here, but what would be the certification approach? If you are having these technologies built in factories, how are you going to certify the processes? What about verification? And what about remote applications? So these are definite real challenges in terms of advanced nuclear technologies. There are also challenges around transboundary regulatory issues. So under the Joint Convention on the Safety of Spent Fuel, contracting parties have agreed that the country that discharges the spent fuel and receives the benefits of the power generated bears that responsibility for its management. The Joint Convention does not provide for the commercial transfer of used fuel for disposal. So some countries, including Russia and UK, accept the transfer of used fuel for reprocessing, but not for disposal. And importation of radioactive waste is prohibited by law in many countries. So this does potentially present a challenge, but there are ways of dealing with that. Ideally, a nuclear newcomer state could also sign bilateral treaties with SMR manufacturer states of origin and with all transit states. I also mentioned here the option of a geological disposal facility in the region. So that is something that that could be considered in the region. So as a whole, something that could be used by all countries. Adaptation of waste rules to fit new fuel types, well, that in itself is a big topic, but some of these new advanced technologies have different fuel types, different coolants, etc., and waste rules will undoubtedly need to be adapted to fit them. And then there are challenges around technology transfer. So, and they relate to international security. There are restrictions on the transfer of sensitive technologies. There are embargoes, often potential barriers, export tariffs, domestic tax adjustments, a whole range of things that will need to be dealt with. A brief word on some experiences in other jurisdictions, because I think it's always helpful to know what's happening in other jurisdictions. A huge amount is happening in the US at the moment. Significant funding through the US industry opportunities for advanced nuclear technology development. Some of you will have heard about the very recent advanced technology licensing process that the US have recently introduced. They're also looking at environmental impact assessment and how to streamline those processes. So an awful lot of work there. We've had the recent standard design approval of NuScale's Voyager as well. In Canada, a whole series of actions there, starting with the SMR action plan, the SMR support program. I mentioned the pre-licensing vendor design reviews already. In the United Kingdom, where I'm from, we have the Civil Nuclear Roadmap to 2050. We have an SMR competition where they have chosen 6 technologies. In Finland, they're currently reviewing their regulations, and I list here some of the areas that they are covering. I'm not going to go through those now. In Poland, we've got the amendment to the Nuclear Special Act, and again, they're looking to revise and streamline their current regulations. In Sweden, they're reviewing its regulatory framework so it's fit for purpose for both existing and nuclear power installations, including SMRs. And then finally in Estonia, where we were working last year, they've introduced, as we've heard from Relica, a new nuclear legal framework to incorporate small modular reactors. So that's a little bit of a whistle-top tour in terms of some of the potential challenges, which I don't regard as insurmountable, but nevertheless there are some legal challenges, regulatory challenges around advanced nuclear technologies, which do need to be dealt with. And Estonia is currently looking at those and dealing with those, and Latvia, if it was going to pursue the same course, would need to do something similar. And I think I'll leave it at that, bearing in mind I'm slightly over time.
Thank you, Simon. But nevertheless, I'm sure that many people will surround you during the coffee break with extra questions. And can we leave it like this, guys? Yeah? So you've got plenty of friends from different countries you just named yourself, and the questions will follow. So bad news for those who will be online, because when we will go to coffee break, the most let's say surrounded or maybe popular, I don't know, you wish. Thank you, Simon, for giving us comprehensive reality. Nevertheless, we want to see reality in this beautiful and very influential country in this part of the continent. It's Poland, isn't it? We want to see the Poland success. Václav Gudowski, you work for Sweden. So, but you are a Polish citizen, right?
Yes.
Yes. So you will tell us a reality of both beautiful kingdoms, right? The Swedish and the Polish kingdom. Well,
Baltic region. Yes.
Baltic region. So that was
Nordic countries, except for Norway, they are all Baltic countries. So that's
good. That's good that you are saying. We feel much safer when Poland really regards us as a very important neighbor. So we always regarded you as a very important neighbor. So please welcome in the club. But what can you bring into the club?
Actually, I have a big problem. Because I have so many comments and reflection over the presentation which have been done that I'm afraid to depart from my presentation. But I try to do my best. First, for the Latvian Ministry of Climate and Environment about the education. At the end of 90s, I'm a professor at the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm also, a part of being advisor for the Orlen Synthos Green Energy. And in the shadow of Chernobyl and all other problems, they wanted actually to close down the nuclear education. Instead, actually, I created a new line, Master in Nuclear Energy Education. I defended the line. And now, if you look at the photography of, for example, Fermi Energia, half of them are alumni from KTH. The national coordinator for new nuclear in Sweden, Karl Berilov, is a KTH alumni, and the deputy CEO of the Swedish regulatory is a KTH alumni, just from the period in which they wanted to close the education in Sweden. So I'm very happy also, being here, that we started to talk about this Baltic collaboration more than 10 years ago. Agris is here. We created actually the European project, which was called, listen carefully, Baltic Region Innovating Long-Lasting Advanced Nuclear Technology. And already 10 years ago, we dared to talk about the common spent fuel strategy. It must not be really, it is not given by the law of nature that it must be always the national responsibility once we use the electricity, nuclear electricity over the borders, and so on, so on. So listen carefully to your experts if you're thinking just 5 or 6 years before the situation here. So we had already good ideas how to do the Baltic region cooperation. Sweden was very strong partner in this cooperation. We had Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Poland. So we were doing already for quite a long time. Then be careful with the policy. I am not so sure that the government must be the owner and the main stakeholder of the new nuclear. Actually, the government should set rules how the energy system should look like in the future, 45. Are we really going net zero? And then leave them to the people who knows. You know, when we are in the governmental regime, we are building the motorways. We are not deciding if this will be only for Ferrari, for Fiat, or for Lamborghini. We would like to have it general, to connect one place with another, and then do the same with the nuclear. The role of the state and the government is the first, to ensure the safety of this and to protect the society. Then the next message that I wanted to convey here, listening to the future, I mean, I think that the reality is running a little bit faster than we are adopting ourselves to that. So I want to declare that very carefully, that the era of the surplus of the energy in Europe is just over. It's just over. We do not have any possibilities to consider any extravaganza like 100% of the renewables in the network. Then I would like to ask you, is there any person from the grid operator here? How many? Show us.
Like 3 I saw, but they are...
Raise your hands. No, I don't see any grid operators. Ask them about 100% of renewables in the grid. Ask them about 80% of renewables. Ask them about 50% of renewables. And then you will get an answer what is realistic, what is not. Then I would like that the final message of my presentation would be, you know, the old proverb saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So when SMR do as the Poles do, at least. And I will tell you now why. Well, for the first, Poland made really kind of the mindset breaking, the game changer. Namely, in 2009, the big industrialist in Poland, Mr. Solow, asked the public question, why nuclear must be a domain of the government and the state? You know, with SMRs, the investment threshold is lower. Probably the construction, because of modularity, construction time and investment time is shorter. Give the place for the private investment to that. On the other hand, good message for all governmental. I mean, just in nuclear, government has so much control over it. With one single decision of the regulator, you can stop anything you want. You can actually force the investors to follow the line of the government. So there is no danger, actually, that the nuclear will be not under the control of the government. This is very specific issue with the whatever investment of government is in the nuclear, it has actually a full control on the side of the safety and availability. Then the thing which was very nicely spoken out a few months ago at the Tallinn conference, and that must be very important message. I mean, energy security is the foundation of the state security. Without energy security and energy sovereignty, by the way, you will not have a secure state. So I'm not so sure if you need to ask the public in the referendum, is the state security something to discuss over? I don't think so. Think about it. So at least Mr. Solow raised the hand, you know, why private investor cannot be a stakeholder of the nuclear. And from that time, you know, all these SMR developers came to Poland, you know. At that time, Poland was, let's say, driven on the very, I would say, divide and rule. So there's a lot of space for any, you know, ideas. So almost every big energy company wanted to have its own reactor. So, there's a stream of this. And then, of course, they came to the expert and they asked us the same questions you are asking. What does make sense? What doesn't make sense? And after that, you have to easily out-select, 95% of this idea. But this 5% is extremely interesting. And one of these 5% is BWRX 300. I mean, there is a lot of discussion in the politicians. I mean, first of the kind. I mean, BWRX 300 is not first of the kind. iPhone 15, most of us will buy without asking, will it work? Yes, it will work because it is built on the 13 previous generation. This is the same, or people are paying for Tesla, which will be delivered in 5 years, and not necessarily wondering, would it work? Yes, it will work because it was based on the technology which was developed step by step. So, well, I'm representing the country which is the most BWR country in the world, Sweden, nine BWR reactors of their own production, by the way. You are talking about the lengthy process. I will give you also the Swedish example. 1962, well, Sweden was developing heavy water line, which was, as you say, under suspicion of the proliferation path. 1962, in the shadow of the Atom for Peace project, ASEA Atom was formed from scratch, like Fermi Energia. 1965, the governmental decision was taken. We go light water reactor line. We will build about 20 such reactors. The first idea was about 20 such reactors. In 1971, 6 years after political decision, the first reactor, 01, was actually commissioned, and 72 in the earliest was connected to the grid. In 14 years, 12 reactors were built. 3 of them PWR, just for diversity. They didn't want to do all the fleet like French did, with the same type. 9 reactors built on the GE technology, opened in the Atom for Peace project. Country of 8 million people, without computers at that time. We have only HP calculators. Without computers, with different regulation maybe, and with different approach, but 12 reactors were built, by the way, one by one, in little bit longer time than 12. So now in 21st century, we say we cannot do that. Yes, we can, but we have to make this mobilization. Coming back to the Polish situation, there is also some of the questions about this exclusivity agreement, which was done between Synthos and GE Hitachi. Well, I can tell you, in 2020, this exclusivity was probably more needed by GE Hitachi than by Synthos. That was before the dawn of this, what we call, renaissance of the nuclear. It was actually still in the shadow of Fukushima, still BWRs, because Fukushima BWR was kind of the bad etiquette. So what is important, then in 2021, Synthos and Orlen got into the collaboration. Orlen is the biggest petrochemical company, as you know, is a real giant. It has a different political judgment today, but still is a huge company, which was needed. And in 2 years, Poland got a situation which is a dream situation for the many countries. Public, private, 50-50%. For many years, I was actually working with Department of Energy in different programs. And for Americans, it was a dream, in nuclear projects, to get, they were ready to fund for 10 years project with the perspective of getting 50-50 public and private. And here in Poland, we got this actually in 2 years. It is too good to be true, so there are a lot of things which are now under review. March 2023, very important step, and I think would be nice if some of you would join that. We have this technical cooperation agreement, 4 partners, OPG, GE Hitachi, TVA, 2 operators, one the technology provider, and OSG, which I hope will be the operator once the first reactor will start. So here is the description that I told you. Synthos is one of the biggest group company. It has about 25 different companies in the very different. It is also a very strong electricity consumer, chemical industry in Synthos Dvory. So actually the decision of Solovov to go nuclear was not that strange. He realizes that the era of the cheap, let's say, call it Chinese product is over. It's coming the era of the very conscious customer, which will be ready to pay more for the less carbon footprint. I mean, I'm talking with the local communities in Poland very much, with the people who are responsible for the new investment on the local level. So they told me that if the new investors are coming, you know, with the proposal to build some or to make such a big investment, the first question is, what are the tax regulation for newcomers? Are they any? And the second question, what is the carbon footprint of your energy sources? If it is too high, say goodbye, we need to, because our product will be too biased with this. So both Synthos and Orlen realized that Orlen is a very huge consumer, both of the electricity and heat, which comes into it. And then Orlen also has to think about what will be after fossil era. They are still making money on the petroleum, but they realize this time is over. So our goals and commitment are very easy. We have to, and you know, Poland is a very specific situation. I mean, similar to the Baltic country. All our energy system remembers well communism. Built in the early 70s, average age of the coal-fired power station, 50 years. 20 gigawatt must be replaced in about 10 years from now. Not because climate changes, because it's over. The lifetime is ended. So, you know, we are also taking away this kind of obligation of the energy transformation. It is actually not the energy transformation, it's the reconstruction of the energy system. And what is taxonomy saying? Because we were talking about taxonomy. Taxonomy is in the mind of the funding institution. You will not get any funding for the coal-fired. You can get easily funding on equal foots for the renewables and for the nuclear. And that's a big change in the European taxonomy. So Poland is the most polluted country. Actually, after Turkey, about 50,000 people are actually dying prematurely because of the PM 2.5 particles in the, and then we have to do total reconstruction of our energy system. So this is an energy mix, as you see today. In 2050, we would like to be 100% green. So we have to actually replace, as you can see, you know, hard coal, brown coal. It is 38 hard coal-fired and 9 brown coal-fired power stations, which delivers about 60% of the electricity to the grid. So we have to replace 60% of the power. Well, I hate these slides, but the corporative culture say this shows that it is a very serious analysis behind that. And this is the schedule of changes in the capacity of stable units in the period 2023-2040. So we have a program of actually shutting down, and we have a program which shows that we will have a gap of about 14 megawatt of the stable base load power sources in the grid. So you can take this, analyze a little bit. There is this is a prediction. You know, we don't look at this in the crystal ball. We are doing a very reasonable assumption what will be developed. And don't forget that the electricity consumption, we can save quite a lot of electricity, but electricity consumption is the major component of the human index development. So people who want to live better, they will consume, not talking about artificial intelligence and the Bitcoin mining. Poland is also in a very good situation with the district heating. We are the most piped country in the world. 16 million people are connected to the central grid, about almost a little bit less than 50% of the population, and Warsaw has the biggest central heating capacity. So we are actually, our big contribution to the development of the BWRX 300 is that the cogeneration is must. With, you know, since 30 years I was teaching, you know, no reactor should be constructed, neither licensed, without the cogeneration capacity, either for the district heating or for the industrial heat. I'm going further. So you see it's about 60 gigawatt thermal which has to be replaced, and at least half of them can be easily done by the, so, well, okay. So we did a very reliable analysis of the, so you have a different energy sources, you have different conditions here, possibility of the financing, potential of large-scale implementation in about 15 years, stability and availability for the production control, final assessment, and we got this green corner that SMR and gas is actually the most, from the point of view of the, and gas is not a political solution anymore, and this is not neither a good solution from the point of the climate, but that's a different story. And please don't forget, there's a message for the politicians. SMR is a big name. It's like a car. So you cannot judge SMR as it is. But if you ask about, for example, feasibility, you have to ask which SMR. You know, if you, do you want a car? It's still different if you want Ferrari or Lamborghini or Fiat. This is exactly the same. Light water based SMR, they are deployable and reliable in their construction and possible to be deployed in the perspective on less than 10 years. The other, those generation 4, you probably need a perspective about 15 to 20 years. We show also here that with this gap of 14 gigawatt electric, the fleet of BWRX 300 is. Many people are asking, well, those smaller reactors must be more expensive per. Well, we can actually replace energy of scale by the economy of series and economy of modularization. That is why you cannot talk about one reactor or two. You have to talk about the, that is why the regional approach is also very important. There is another very big advantage of the SMR. They change the mindset. It is not only that they change the market, but until last few years, you know, the paradigm of nuclear was, we bring you a huge nuclear power station, we place at the best location from the point of view of the cooling, or geology, of course, and other things, and then you do whatever you like to do. So we give you 6 gigawatts, 7, 8. SMR are actually making a change. We are saying, we have a reactor which is tailored to your needs. We can place it close to the consumer, which actually enables cogeneration, and also we can replace the coal to nuclear. We can place them at the retiring. Our estimations say that it is, and this is very compatible with the American, that you can save up to 35% of the cost comparing greenfield to the actually replacement of the old coal-fired. Here are the environmental benefits. One BWRX in 60 years, almost 200 million tons of that, and you have millions of tons or portion of the sulfur oxide, nitride oxide, and the particles, 65 million tons of coal, and the transportation of this coal inside. Okay, I'm trying finishing. Oh, that's also very important. Look at that, because we are all talking mostly about safety risk. Look at the benefits. Actually, gross added value on one BWR on the Polish economy, 3.2 billion Polish zloty in the investment phase. We divided investment phase and the exploitation operational phase. And you have the numbers here. One reactor will actually employ about 100 people, divided by 7, multiplied by 7, 8, which generates the next. Actually, the Swedish and French examples give that one person employed at the reactor generates about 7 to 8 workplaces around there, and also very modern technology. So you have the numbers here. We did a very serious, this is independent estimation. We took KPMG to that. And the road to fleet, well, we are already at OSG. That is why I'm saying, do like we do. OSG, in 1.5 years, over 70 people working now, divided very wisely, as you see here, into the mission, which are very important now. Licensing is very important. Engineering is not that important. We do that with PWR. And then, of course, project management. We used to say, well begun, half done. We did a selection as a fleet thinking. We selected out of 87 as the most preferred location. We got authorization from the governmental, which is disputed now, but it will be not changed. 6 of them are actually in the different location. Warsaw is the next to be after the administration of Warsaw will actually admit that BWRX is a very good. 3 such reactor will solve the problem of them. This is a selected site here. You see Ostrołęka, Włocławek, Tarnobrzeg, Kraków, Dąbrowa Górnicza, and Stawy Monowskie. You have also a different mission for them. Green is electricity generation, district heating, and the industrial heating. We talk very much with the ArcelorMittal on the Dąbrowa Górnicza. You know, the era of the energy surplus is over. People are actually understanding that, and the public support. We have a unique opportunity now in many countries that the public, after the war in Ukraine, after the rising prices, realize that low prices is not good. By the way, approval over 60% is extremely good result on the polls. If you would ask, is the night dark? Probably 7 to 8 people would answer yes. And so over 60% is actually fantastic. It's such a long-term perspective. So this is a progress of the 6th decision is taken. We also agreed on the environmental screening proceeding, and we are in a pace which we hope. For the last, I want to say also that another extremely good advantage of BWRX 300, it is my former student who is the main designer of that. And I was teaching him, don't allow bookkeepers to decide about reactor construction. Christer Dahlgren passed the exam and did master thesis in 1994, 30 years after he's the main designer of the BWRX. So you understand that my heart is beating very nicely. We are also the member of the project Phoenix. We are also, actually, we have the backup also if the situation politically in Poland will be really, so we are keeping a UK option as a GE Hitachi with SGE was actually selected as this FNEF fund in United Kingdom. We are getting a lot of money and we are ready to fund quite a lot of money into that. And again, cogeneration is one of the main issues for that. Thank you very much. Sorry for...
No, it's okay. Talking about the health of your heart that is beating, I give you this chocolate only if you predict. Now you are Nostradamus in a way. Do you think that firstly we will see phenomena of completing this modular system in your country, in Poland, or we will see Germans returning back to their own capabilities they have, but they are just, they are in the process of reconsidering what to do.
If you give me one moment,
I give you one chocolate, no moment.
But I have a little bit longer answer.
Okay, because it's a big chocolate, of course.
This is serious, by the way.
Yeah,
this
okay.
is serious. However, Gerd Heusener, who was a director of the reactor safety research in Karlsruhe at the beginning of 2000, we are good friends, running a lot of European projects. He was inviting me for the beer, and after the second beer, he knew about my Polish descent. Wacław, let's drink for the Germans. We are a great nation, We are very disciplined. We are very creative. We are well organized. Gerd, tell me something I don't know. oh, we are so great, but we have one problem. Tell me. Well, you know, every 50 or 100 years, we are getting crazy. Yeah. We are starting the wars. We are extincting the whole nations. And then, you know, we don't stop until we ruined everything. Okay. And then, like a bird phoenix, we resurrect and do the same things in 100 years from now. And then he said, oh, that's great. Let's take this beer, I said. And then he said, but now I have a good message for you. And this is the serious end of this story. Now the Europe can sleep very peacefully about the wars and the extinction of the nation, because now Germany is crazy about destroying its own energy system. Okay. And we will not stop until we ruin that totally to the ashes, okay. And then, like a bird phoenix, we will resurrect with the new nuclear power. That was the German
Actually,
judgment.
It was almost like a toast. Unfortunately, this is non-alcoholic chocolate, but I should say, you know, it's like a champagne time
That
now.
will be done before the first BWRX is constructed in Poland, which will be in 2031.
You promise?
Yes.
Okay, because it was recorded, you know, it was in air. So thank you very much. I think a lot of emotions, but a lot of raised questions still. After the coffee break, and this is now also getting serious, as Václav told, for those who are watching us online, we will try to solve unsolvable, but maybe it is solvable, insurance topic. The climate neutrality should be at 2030 or 2050 on a basis of what we are talking here on nuclear. And maybe even we will be doing miracle on grid balancing. So many promises for a coffee break, after coffee break. So you go to your private coffee. We will stay with our local here. And we come back 1 o'clock sharp Latvia's time. So in 50 minutes, more or less, right? So bon appetit.
Okay, I'm very glad that we're putting the energy back in this nuclear energy conversation. It was some people asked me, like, when will we make the decision? We're talking and talking, but we have to prepare the political willingness before making the decision, the attitude. But we have to value the politicians that willingly come here. And Andres, I would like to commend you for that. Andres is working with energy questions quite recently, when he's entered politics, but he's become so passionate about it. One of the first politicians to buy an EV, and one person that has committed to answer the question to a politically sensitive question. We were asked not to move this thing in the public. What would happen if Russia disconnected from Brel? So, not a candidate of the parliamentary election. So I have to say that because that's the law. So. And this balancing of the grid is a policy question and a question of our capacity to react. So would you like to be a politician today or an economist? Okay, so maybe an economist. So it's the 15th of May. Almost sounds like Kārlis Ulmanis. Hello, everyone. The topic is very long. I don't have a lot of time given. You'll see the presentation, but I'll be talking quite concisely, and then you can take a look at the presentation later on. I can't switch the slides right now. So before we talk about the future, we have to look at the past. And one of the reasons for that is this picture that the Baltic states has almost always been a part of the Soviet grids. And it's one of the safest and best synchronized grids in the world. And we have 9 connections to Russia in the Baltics. And historically, it was created as a unified grid. So these 3 Baltic states that are synchronized and balanced among themselves, and each of them has their function, and will be disconnected in 2025. So we have to know how people live when it's disconnected, when we live our own lives. And here, the most important thing is to see how large generation capacities we have now, and each state had their own function. It was oil shale in Estonia, which is their natural resource, and of course it was balanced with CHPs. We had CHP in natural gas and injecons that we provide to the Baltic states. So we are balancing the Baltic states as well. And Lithuania, with its main base power, which is a nuclear station, which is now taken out, and there's a reserve station in Kruoni. And we have CHPs as well. So the Baltics are not disconnectable. So if you look at the statistics, Latvia was the lowest producer. Lithuanians were ahead of everyone else, but now Lithuanians are lagging behind because there's a lot of import and less generation of power. So and for Estonia, oil shale will disappear. So at least in Latvia, we have this good Soviet heritage that we are making use of, but of course we're quite asleep in this regard as well. And talking about renewables, we are lagging behind in Latvia, but we are ahead with our hydropower plants, but lagging behind in wind and solar. And I think this is a very important slide. If we take a look at this, we have added all the projects in the Baltics on paper, and what would happen if we carried them out. So currently here we see the max load, and this is the renewables now. What would happen if we installed them? So the maximum load is visible there. It changes depending on summer and winter. And this is a simulation for 2030. In July, what would happen? We would have 6 days with a negative balance. So something we would have to fill in these parts, and we will have 30 days with an excess. So what would we do with this excess energy? So we have the capacity to export 2,900 megawatts. So where would we put the remaining 1,800? And this is a significant question. We have to think every day, where will we put them? And what would happen if the wind didn't blow or the sun didn't shine? So who will balance this energy? So we mentioned Denmark as the most successful renewable example with wind, but they have great connections with the Nordic countries and with Germany, and they have a wonderful neighbor in Norway that fill in all these gaps with their excess hydropower. So you need a good neighbor, and without a good neighbor, Denmark wouldn't be the success story it is. And a great example from Estonia, they looked at what would happen if they carried out all solar powers, quadrupled solar, added offshores and onshores, and in the end it looks like this. And despite all of these carried out parks for renewables, we see gaps that have to be filled. So this will be these base powers in balancer in the Baltics, and now it is Latvia with our hydropower plants, and with that we are the balancing partner. But if we look at that, we don't have natural gas as a usable elements without the carbon footprint. So what will be the Baltic Norway? Because our interlinkage is a serious problem. January 5th was a very symbolic day. On the 5th of January, there was no sun, it was very cold, and the blades for wind turbines froze over. And 2 coal stations in Sweden had broken down or had halted their operations. Of course, we had a huge spike in price, and all the Finns went home on Friday, turned on their sauna, and there were huge deficits of 2 terawatts in Finland. And here we have the question how Estonia and Lithuania will solve this. So technically, Latvia will be able to provide itself with energy. Of course, it's a question of price. So we have the available powers, but that's the question of price. And I would like to indicate something that's imprecise that we saw in the parliament as well. Here we have taken out several important things. So we have prices for the payment timeline for one time, but we see that each technology is a certain length. So solar 25 years, and for example, nuclear, which has a much longer period of use. So we just don't have to have one period, but the actually service period of all of these stations. And of course, we have to see how much do these generation methods require from the grid. So we don't see how much should be invested in a grid. So for nuclear energy, you don't have to increase the capacity of the grid. So this is important when we have economic justifications for each megawatt that we implement, because solar is only 10% and wind is 35% in this case. And here we have a good example what happens to the price for entrepreneurs and businesses. They don't like fluctuations in price. Investors really do not like fluctuations in price. So here we see what happens when you disconnect, and if you don't have any wind, the price rises, and if there's a lot of wind, the price lowers. So the more we have renewables, the better it will be for the consumer. But for how will we get this return on investment? Who will guarantee the drop in price? So the most fundamental question is consumption forecast. We can see what all of the countries have stated about their consumption forecast. Finland says 50%, Estonia 20%, Lithuania 40%, Poland 50%, Norway 30%, Denmark 44%. Latvia said 5 to 7%. I can say to you, as a non-expert in energy, this is silly. Latvia has the lowest consumption of energy and with the highest price for the grid. So this is the forecast from our ministry. But my calculations they're actually here, because Rail Baltica themselves, if we carry it out, we will consume 3% of Latvian electrical energy. Schwenk, with their investment projects, will have a 6% increase. And the car sector, so it will increase 16% more with increase in EV use. And if we talk about heating, for example, natural gas will be exchanged by heat pumps, and of course changing gas stoves to electric, and of course that will increase the consumption again. And of course with the data centers, AI and computing powers, that will all increase, and we have to be ambitious. The ambition has to be at least 30% if we want to gain investment and investors that actually want to come and manufacture something in our country. Nuclear energy, so my time is almost up. So we have global things that I just wanted to emphasize. So in 5 years, China will become the nuclear leader of the world, and everything changes in Europe. Currently in Europe, there are fundamental changes with the Green New Deal, because we have a problem. We have a Green Deal, which is correct, but there's no master plan that match the Green Deal. So we have pedal to the metal with the Green Deal, but essentially we will become dependent from China. If we are moving in these speeds, do we want it politically? That's the question. And what should Latvia do? My final slide. We have to develop a long-term energy strategy. We cannot fool around with the plan until 2030. It's a priority in the parliament. No, we need a strategy for 2050. So we need a plan and then strategy. Strategy and then plan, apologies. We have to have an ambitious forecast for increase in energy consumption. We cannot export our free green energy. We should not export, for example, wood, timber. And on a state level, we have to think of our small modular reactors in terms of baseloads. And we cannot think about a vision and strategy of energy in Latvia if we don't involve Estonians and Lithuanians. It's not possible based on how the grid is built. And Latvia has to take advantage of their unique opportunity. The data centers for AI, for computing power, are in such high demand. You open an app and you can only make 3 pictures. So that's because there's no computational power. So they're large consumers and they need capacity in the grid. And because of the Soviet Union, we have such a high capacity. That's why we have unique opportunity. So that's it for me. There's a video that could illustrate in 10 seconds what does it mean to compare a nuclear reactor against a wind park. The capacity of 1,600 megawatts. With how large is this station in comparing to a wind park? So we have an example. So 1 nuclear reactor, and this is how a wind park should look like in one location. So all of this is how much you need to have these generators, these turbines. So a good visualization from Norway. Thank you. Very well, thank you for the arguments and thank you for the video. And I think video arguments actually work nowadays, but of course we will put everything on the menu with the turbines and all the land that they cover. But it was like the large reactor, not the small modular reactor that you can almost put in your room. But now we have to talk about things of comparison, so we can compare with square kilometers or gold bars. And now Carlos and Antons will be doing this now. Are you both of you going to come over and play a duet? 2 of you had to stand up because we have to applaud both of you, because I understand that you and Antons especially were very insistent that something like this should happen in the technical university, not in a nice hotel, but here in the university. And that you have to push this topic forward. So you were modeling costs, and they had many challenges. And I see that you don't have any gray hair yet, so show us how it went.
So you'll speak alone? You'll just support. Okay. Perfect. Yes, I will present alone. I'm Kārlis Baltvuds from the Energy Institute. And maybe we could start the presentation with the conclusions from OECD Energy Agency, that without a significant contribution from nuclear energy, the prospects for meeting Paris targets would be significantly expensive. And also the costs were calculated if we tried to do decarbonization without nuclear energy. As to the impact on the market in relation to nuclear energy, we can look at it from the historic context and also future context. And here are some summaries from academic research, what impact would we have in case if we close some nuclear stations, for example, in Southern California. It would raise prices by $6 to $9 per megawatt hour. At the same time, if we look at Europe, France is the leader in nuclear energy, and in case if we don't renew and rebuild some of France's stations, that would impact not prices in France, but also in the neighboring countries. For the Baltics, the Baltic Sea region is important, and the leader of nuclear energy is Sweden, and the attitude was like in a roller coaster during the time, and time by time also scientists try to understand what would happen if Sweden would give up on its nuclear energy. It was just some time ago, but it was calculated that in case these nuclear stations are replaced by solar and wind stations, the prices would increase fivefold. And also, other forecasts show that in case if we give up on nuclear energy, that would impact prices. But in this article, it is also said that if in line with giving up on nuclear energy, would develop the transmission network, then that would also demand some prices raised. If we return back to the basic issues related to energy, there are three main goals, and we need to find a balance. So this is sustainability of energy supply. It is also efficient and available energy for clients and safe and permanent supply. Here we could also speak about energy independence, especially in the Baltic countries. And all these goals are kind of opposing in some sense, and we need to find some balance, and it actually creates these contradictions in management. Next is that we also need to coordinate decisions of various players, and our development depends on decisions of other countries. Next year, we are going to disconnect from Russia's energy system, and that would increase the role of the local resources in successful operation of our system. And I agree to Mr. Kullberg said that it's not worth to look at the Baltic states separately. If you talk about strategy or usefulness, we have to look at all the region in total. And also when we look at it, we probably should look at the whole Baltic Sea region. Also, it is a very, very complicated topic. So development is the difficult. We just spoke about, for example, we spoke about Poland, that they have to replace the coal power plants with other sources of energy. And right now it is happening with the solar and wind energy. But if I looked at the picture from the 1980s, everything would be black with coal. And the same with shale gas with Estonia. And decision has to be made in this uncertainty. Here is an example from Sweden. It was some time ago, but they were trying to calculate what are the scenarios and what is the range. And we see that this issue is very complicated. And if we look at the uncertainty in the context of nuclear energy, the main uncertainty is related to costs of nuclear energy. Because one topic could be about like specifically in this image, we are showing what are the forecasts of manufacturers of modular reactors, what are the costs of construction. And They are showing the range of prices of costs that could be incurred. But at the same time, we can say that for those prices, there is also uncertainty, quite a high uncertainty. Another source of uncertainty in the context of nuclear energy is that historically, period by period, we were quite optimistic about development of nuclear energy. Like in 60s and 70s in Northern America, there was a high optimism about fast reactors development. On the left side, we can see the forecast, how would the nuclear energy would develop and how it developed in the North America is on the right side. And still, there is quite a high optimism and also the pressing need for the world to develop. We can see it in various climate scenarios, and we can see what role is played by nuclear energy. And I believe that it will be able to fulfill this role. For many of the previously mentioned problems, as a solution is offered to use renewables, renewable resources. And what is easy or possible to build is sun and solar and wind energy. But that also increases issues in relation that historically we needed to adjust to the demand, but now we will have to adjust to the generating power, and that would cause problems. And what are the balancing solutions? They are quite a lot, and many, also the training for consumers, and then also it is also to look at oxygen or also other chemicals, how to develop larger basic capacities. And maybe we can do it through the nuclear energy. Maybe we should look at it from the common angle. And here in this image, we have the model structure. Professor Sauhats has written a scientific article, and he has looked at the approach, how from the leftovers is the hydrogen is produced, and this is also turned into synthetic methane. And later, when there is a surplus of energy, they are using existing technologies and use synthetic methane. They use synthetic methane during the moments of lacking energy. When in a surplus, they could use other solutions. And looking at small modular reactors, we include them, and we should include them as participants of the common system. And here is power to gas technology. So it means from this green hydrogen and also carbon dioxide, we could get synthetic methane that could be used for manufacturing and generating electricity and heat energy. And what is positive in the Baltic context is that there is an existing Baltic gas infrastructure. And here we are not looking only at the distribution and transmission, but also we look at balancing possibilities. For example, Inčukalns gas storage. We don't need much adjustment. If we use the hydrogen as the only source, then it would be a different question. But if we change it to methane, it demands less investments in the existing network. And with the model that we made before, we created several scenarios, and altogether we created 10 development scenarios where the variable is various capacities. We are looking at 4 different alternatives, also with module reactor, and then Also, the carbon methanization, and all in short, this is the process that is called HECME, HECME. And here we can see the total costs. So they look huge, of course, and this work is also in progress, because the interest about the nuclear energy from the side of policymakers, we didn't have a lot of this interest. So therefore, we don't have a lot of research previously, and therefore now we are adding to this one module reactor and looking at the costs. This is only a smart portion of costs, looking at the total numbers. Also looking at electrification system of hydrogen methane. In scenarios, this is assumed as optimization variable. So it means that the capacity is chosen in order to balance the system. Here we have the results in the first scenario, where because of quite conservative developments, we can see that if certain number of stations are closed, there are quite a few risks, looking at the amount of energy per year, also the lacking capacity. So all these indicators are important, and we can solve the issue with various attempts. If we add one module reactor to this scenario, then the maximum losses are about 300 megawatts. And of course, let us assume that this station works using the basic regime. But looking at the yearly basis, this deficit and how it's reduced, it is more significant. If we look at the solar and wind powers and get from deficit to surplus system, and in this system, the nuclear reactors don't play a very important role, and we can see that there is quite a huge surplus. So maybe these solar and wind capacities, it's not rational to build so much of them. And here we have a little bit utopic scenario. This is a result in case if we have a system where there are renewables and also nuclear energy and the system we spoke about, then we could create a balanced proportionate system where there is no gaps and also there is no surplus or unneeded surplus. Maybe the surplus is not always such a problem. If we wanted to have a well-balanced system, looking at potential development of capacities, maybe I would need electrolyzer who is that is huge, but if we look at from the different angle and see that maybe at some points we would stop them generating because electricity is not needed anymore, and then it could be feasible. And now the calculations of feasibility, so looking at the technologies and market imitation in this scenario in the middle, the price that was calculated per year is 70 euros per megawatt hour, but due to fluctuation, about 1/3 of the year, this price is zero or close to zero. Or in other words, the energy system based on renewables, we have to count on huge fluctuation of prices. And then also there is a question how we solve it, what balancing method do we use? And of course, if we speak about scenarios further in the future, it could sound some utopic, but we are trying to solve this thing with realistic view, because the world is moving towards that direction. Tokyo Gas is thinking how to manufacture the synthetic methane and use as a main energy the wind energy. At the same time, the renewables like wind and sun would develop in the world, and it would develop very fast. And this is already a fact. And here is also some information how they are planning to build 30 megawatts park of wind and sun. But this is true that it will take a very huge territory. I believe that they were talking about the plots of land that are equivalent to 1 or 2 or 3 Singapores. So maybe if there is no other use of land, it could be quite rational. Also, our neighbors in Finland, they quite seriously look towards the hydrogen energy, and they are planning that the operators of natural gas and electricity would cooperate, and they also have ambition to become important exporters of the hydrogen. Also, there are several solutions how to solve the issues related to the research, and in the beginning this could be a direction we could go in order to solve those balancing issues. I will also include a slide from our Finnish colleague who is also researching and these nuclear reactors and potential profitability. And they concluded that nuclear reactors that would generate only electricity would pay back in much longer time, and also reactors that only manufacture heat energy. It will be interesting to look at the Latvian context. And there is also nuclear energy document 2050, and it is in its initial stage. And conclusions, I already spoke about them. So it is possible to develop a balanced energy system in the Baltics, where wind and solar energy and possibly also nuclear energy plays some role. We can use the existing infrastructure, but again, we have to understand that investments are quite high. And as a final slide, I would leave this one. And that shows how important when we discuss about energy system development is to look at those issues in the coordinated way. Because when we speak about future system, we are speaking about the system where there is electricity support, heating support, and various industry processes are linked together and coordinated. And there is a place for renewables and also nuclear energy in all this system. And besides that, also other innovative processes. Okay, thank you very much. If there is a very short question, very similar one, you could ask here. No, they were discussing between themselves. Okay, it will be, but during coffee break. Thank you. Can we get a promise from you, both of you? Could you... Valdis wants to take a photo with you. Would you like also next year to present? But we would need a bigger audience. Each year, the number of audience is increasing. And can we have these hopes? I hope that you will also have a training program. And please, could you, every year when the lilac is blossoming, that you organize this conference and we'll be here. I don't have signatory rights, but I could promise. Yeah, but the new rector is young and energetic. Okay, let us agree. So next year you're promising the modular reactor on the roof. Okay. Please come receive the chocolate because our sponsors like, yeah, we can agree on everything, anything using chocolate. Okay, great. I know how committed is Riga Technical University, and they want to have Ķīpsala, a suburb, as a climate-neutral territory in the country. And there would be some rotors that will be outside Ķīpsala. And it will be balanced in this beautiful place. There will be ideal climate surveillance or monitoring, and then all the possible roofs in Ķīpsala and so on. But I was thinking only about those birds, like the birds who would start living there. But okay, we will talk in a different context. conference about this. But now, very seriously, we'll speak about a very serious country that for many years can offer serious technologies. But the question is France prepared to provide technology also for Latvia?
So in the case of Latvia taking decision, I don't know if Kalev is happy about this. So are you going to sell us something, or just, you know, explain us something? Because I know your beautiful country is you know, there are different, actually, thank you for many scientific happenings. I'm just thinking about Pasteur. It was coincidence, like he discovered something. So maybe there could be something in nearest future, like all Latvian would speak French because of, you know, nuclear power station actually coming from France. Could it be the case? No, not yet.
I will speak in English.
In English. Okay, we stay with English.
In the future, I will make some progress.
Oh, but you speak with this nice French accent, so please continue to speak this.
I will keep my French
Yeah, of course, you have to. Okay, well, anyway, we want to see your country's perspective, and can we reach all of us this climate neutrality by 2050 with nuclear included? And my big question is, why not 2030?
We should be realistic sometimes. Thank you very much for the invitation. Donc, I am Nicolas de Victor. I am a nuclear advisor at Embassy of France in London and in Finland, but I am in support to the embassies in the Baltic countries. I am going to tell you about the place of nuclear energy in the French policy and the implementation program, but we are not working alone, and I will explain why. First, last November, the government issued an update of the French climate and energy strategy after consultation with the French Parliament and the public. This document is available to everybody. The strategy is based on a reduction in total energy consumption and an increase of low carbon energy production. I am not speaking only of electricity, I am speaking of all energies. This will mean to adapt not only electricity networks, but also energy networks in general, as, for instance, hydrogen, or we would like in the future maybe to use hydrogen or low carbon molecules. Another point of this strategy is to include a security of supply objective and an implementation to protect purchasing power and competitiveness, as it has been shared from the beginning of the seminar. This strategy is based on a lot of studies. I will not go in the detail, obviously. I will speak about a summary of the study performed by the French Electricity Network Operator, RTE. The document is available on the website, and including an extended summary in English. Main conclusions are common to all scenarios, and a set of scenarios are considering no more nuclear energy, and another part of the scenario are including more nuclear energy in the future. In any case, we have to perform efforts to reduce the consumption through greater efficiency. After, we have to consider an increase in the electrification of the different industrial activities. All renewable energy sources will be mobilized in any case, and we have to develop the flexibility of the different networks. From an economical point of view, building new nuclear reactors or solar or wind farm is economically relevant. A conclusion, important conclusion, is the technological risk analysis for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 led to recommend maintaining a contribution of the nuclear energy in any case. Another way to say, without nuclear energy, there is a significant risk to not achieve our objective of net zero in 2050 and of security energy security. Nuclear energy offers a number of advantages for reaching these objectives. First, it is a very low carbon energy emission. It has a very small footprint on the ground due to the very high density of the fuel. And it has been shown by a nice video explaining the difference on the footprint. The production through nuclear energy could be controlled and, in fine, support the deployment of renewable energies. And this has been demonstrated in France for decades. This energy is reliable on the grid, available 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. And it contributes to the stability of the frequency of the grid. Another point, the sovereignty in France has been increased by the introduction of nuclear energy. Currently, our independence rate is about 50%, the double than before the use of nuclear energy. And the last point of interest for nuclear energy is the production cost of electricity or nuclear heat is stable during the operation for decades. It has been highlighted previously. Based on these studies and the strategy, we are considering different pillars for the future nuclear energy. The first is, obviously, to operate as long as possible our current fleet. The second is to anticipate the need to renew our fleet. This is why the President Macron has decided to launch a program of new construction. It has been decided to use a series effect strategy to improve our control in the cost and planning of this new program. This explains the decision to launch an initial series of repairs of EPR2, an optimized design of the EPR under operation in China and in Finland, and under construction in the UK. For your information, the EPR Flamanville started the fueling operation. This EPR2 will be very important to feed the electrical grid, national electrical grid. But we have new needs. These new needs are relative to electrification of industrial sites or other applications. It is why we are developing a SMR project called NEWARD. This project is led by EDF with the support of French and European partners. It takes into account from the beginning the current manufacturing capacity constraints. And the objective of this product is complementary to the large-scale reactor, is to provide electricity for some industrial site or some, like for instance, Baltic countries where grids are smaller in capacity. Another point, by cogeneration, we can provide energy, decarbonized energy for desalination application, for instance, district heating, or some other industrial application. The last part, yes, the last part is an open competition, an ongoing open competition to support the development of advanced reactor in complement. The objective is to provide, during the next decade, some solution, high temperature solution or lower temperature solution, but with an optimized economical cost, in order to provide decarbonized energy, electricity or heat, to decarbonize industry. We are considering, for instance, hydrogen production, e-fuels, or cemetery decarbonation, and so on. 11 projects have been awarded, including fission and fusion technologies. And we are considering a lot of these, of the different coolants possible. Lead, sodium, water, molten salt coolants. The current competition should provide solutions available from industrial point of view at the end of the next decade, and then to be able to contribute efficiently to the decarbonation of the energy system for 2050. Now, we have to improve our capacity to deliver future reactors on time and on budget. For that, we work on our organization. A specific sector council has been set up by the government, CSFN, Strategic Council for the Nuclear Sector, that gathers the government, the industrial companies, and the trade unions. We have a special pillar dedicated, dedicated to the industry. The GFN, for instance, is in charge to organize our industry. We have strong challenges, very huge challenges on the competence, skills and competence. Donc we set up the University of Nuclear Professions in order to be able to deliver skilled people in order to accompany our project. And we are not working alone in France. We are relying on the European Nuclear Alliance, as European projects encounter similar issues in terms of robustness and resiliency of the supply chain, training, and financing. Donc it is the three pillars of the current nuclear alliance. And this alliance should contribute to the development of European responses, which will also contribute to European sovereignty. Another important point is the fact that in France, we are mastering all the pillars from the industrial point of view. R&D, in order to prepare some innovation in terms of reactor or advanced manufacturing, for instance. We are mastering design, construction, operation, dismantling too. We are the mastering of the different processes in the whole fuel cycle, from extraction from mining, conversion, enrichment, fuel manufacturing, and the reprocessing. Some words related to the waste management. The French strategy on the waste management is based on national plan regularly updated every 5 years. These updates allow that the plan is resilient to the energy policy changes and could integrate the consequences of evolution in the energy policy. Now, I will not explain all the detail of this open document, but it is therefore comprehensive in the item. How we will implement it in practice. Yeah. The national agency, ANDRA, is responsible for implementing industrial solutions adapted to the characteristics of the different wastes. The classification of the wastes is the subject of an international consensus as the principles of suitable industrial solution. We can note an interesting point of the nuclear energy. The radioactivity of waste is concentrated in a very small quantity of it. About 3% of radioactive waste concentrates more than 98% of the radioactivity. So in France, we have a lot of already industrial solutions in order to manage low level radioactive wastes. And for the other part, The CGO creation authorization request has been submitted in January 2023 to the government and is under review. I try to quickly present to you the French strategy for nuclear energy. This strategy is based on French experience feedback and the achievement of our industry, including reactor and fuel cycle. We are working in order to improve our efficiency in order to improve the delivery of the future project. Our ecosystem covers design, manufacturing, operation, dismantling of nuclear installation, fuel cycle, waste management, R&D, and training through a strong educational system. Then France could contribute to the development of the nuclear program in other countries, particularly in Europe. And we are working for that inside the Alliance, for instance, but not only. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Anyone? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I patted you on and said that the fuel cycle, that the work that France has, or the capability that it has, is really, really important for European future developers and utilities, because we have this requirement in Article, was it 41 or 51, that we need to have fuel security when it comes to assessment of the new installation investment. So my question is, that I know that Orano has decided to do additional investment in enrichment at some level, but are you also, given that Russia pushed you out of Niger, essentially through a coup, that is Orano or the France in general, considering investing into existing or developing mining assets, uranium mining assets in, let's say, free world? Not necessarily Africa, but there are many, many projects in America, Australia, and Canada that have developed for many years, but are essentially not in production, not in mining yet. They need significant investment to go into production and to be integrated into the real fuel delivery system. So has that been noticed, that this having the raw material itself is also significant, of significant importance?
Yes. Well, thank you for your question. First, an important point of our strategy, and recently updated, is to increase the sovereignty in the whole value chain, not only the fuel production, but reactor. Industrial capability is in order to be able to manufacture some vessel, some pressurizer, and so on, any components. And currently, for instance, on the EPR project, more than 90% of the components are produced by European companies. Okay, it is an important point. Obviously, we have the same strategy concerning the fuel manufacturing. Now, concerning the mining, currently Orano is co-owner of a lot of mines in the world, not only in Niger, and Niger is a very small part of our use, but we are a co-owner in Kazakhstan, in Canada, in Australia, in a lot of countries, and more or less easy for us. Donc we have a large diversity, in fact, in order to provide uranium, raw material, to the different customers. After, we have a plan to increase our capabilities in the facilities, on the different facilities for enrichment, conversion, and fuel fabrication, in order to develop and to increase our sovereignty rate, obviously, but not only for the French project, but for the European project or allies project, not only European, obviously. And for instance, Framatome and Orano have facilities in the US, for instance. It is not only Europa. And we are working closely with European partners. And when we are speaking of European partners, it is including UK partners. Because, for instance, Cap and Earth facilities or Westinghouse or Urenco capacities will be very useful for the future.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I know that French might be refusing the Nordic chocolate, but never tell to Belgium. But we are honest when we say that here in North, chocolate is even better than in Belgium. But I know you're good neighbors with Belgium. They would never take it. So now you are in diplomatic problem.
No problem
No
with
problem.
chocolate for me.
Okay, good.
I like a lot.
Okay.
I am fond of chocolate.
So you will kill it even before you leave Latvia?
I will say to you what will be my feedback. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I will say to you. In the
Good. Okay, send us the feedback, but come back also for next year's conference. We meet you with even more chocolate. Huh? If we now learn how good you are with the chocolate, we will prepare a chocolate. But also interesting topics. Actually, we already have an interesting topic. What about insurance in whole this innovation process for big? Let's continue big, or let's go modular and smaller, but more maybe more effective. Zemfira Nota is here from United Kingdom to tell us the truth. How should we consider being insured, being true and honest with investment, and where to invest? Right. Show us direction.
Sorry, if you don't mind.
Yeah, exactly, like this.
Just,
and,
okay, brilliant.
Okay,
brilliant.
Closer to you.
Thank you, Ansis.
Yep.
Thank you. I will start with a question. Good afternoon, everyone. Please raise your hand if you think insurance is boring. No one? Boring.
Boring. Of course
No?
it is.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, good. Honesty, please. Please, a bit more honesty. Okay. Second question. Were you planning to raise your hand but didn't want to? And the first question. No? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I speak on insurance, nuclear insurance matters around the world, and I was told that I make it fun and interesting. So let's hope I can convince you the same way. So before I start my presentation, I have two confessions to make. One is I'm a huge supporter of nuclear. Nuclear is the way forward, part of the energy mix. We definitely need solar, we definitely need wind, we need all the other renewables, but we can't achieve net zero and energy security without nuclear. There is no question about it. And the second confession is actually an apology, really. I should have presented in Latvian. I was born in Latvia, and I'm really sorry. I've been living in the UK more than half of my life, so man tagad ļoti grūti runāt latviski. So I'm sorry, I'll continue in English. There you go, if I can make it work. No. Oh, computer. Okay, brilliant. So I will cover a few topics. It's actually quite difficult to present in 15 minutes on nuclear insurance matters to a country that is considering nuclear. So I'll try my best. It's a little bit of educational piece. So if I don't cover something, if we run out of Q&A, please get in touch and I will respond. So I will quickly cover who we are as a North Court and what we do. I will cover insurance risk transfer solutions for nuclear industry, nuclear liability regimes, nuclear technologies and innovation, and then we'll go about Latvian questions. So very briefly, who we are. North Court is international insurance and reinsurance managing general agent, and we're supported by Lloyd's Syndicate and company markets. So what it means is that, how do I press the thing? And I can't make it work. Made it. So North Court is, here we are, and we have different insurers and syndicates offering us capacity. So we have about 200 million of capacity, and we provide insurance for various matters. So we are headquartered in Malta, and we have branch office in the UK. That's where I'm based. What we do, we provide covers for property damage and nuclear third-party liability. And very briefly, to separate these two, property damage it's your choice, whether you buy that cover or not, and third-party liability is governed by law. So the local legislation will tell you how much insurance you need to buy and what needs to be covered. Who our clients are, so this is nuclear fuel cycle, for those who may not be so familiar, and we cover all aspects of nuclear fuel cycle apart from mining and milling, which are pretty much chemical processes. So what we insure is everything that has nuclear in it. So starting from conversion, enrichment facilities, fuel fabrication, then reactor, and obviously up to the final disposition. And who are our clients? So you can see our geographical portfolio here. So we insure the biggest nuclear power station in the world in Canada, Bruce Power. We insure the largest utility in the world, EDF in France. So we insure various facilities around the world. So governments, we advise governments on nuclear liability aspects. Suppliers, so if you produce certain materials for nuclear industry and you sell it to EDF, for example, you will be asked to provide a nuclear insurance coverage for third party that your piece of equipment not going to cause a damage to EDF facilities, for example. Contractors, regulators, we insure IAEA laboratories. So various client aspects. Okay, nuclear insurance. So very briefly on history of nuclear. With the development of nuclear from military to commercial use in 1950s, the insurance market had to act very quickly to build capacity. And the reason for that was because nuclear was new to insurance market, and the main concern was that if there is a big incident, the insurance industry will go bust simply by paying out for one of big losses. So it was created as a nuclear pooling system, a national nuclear pooling system established comprising of different Lloyd's syndicates and company markets, whereby basically various insurers put together funds in one pot. In the event of a loss, that pot will pay out. In the 1970s, mutuals were established. So that is basically a group of utilities who say, okay, we would like to insure each other's risks, and I will explain a little bit more about what mutuals are, that were alongside the nuclear pooling system. So you can see in the timeline, pools 1950s, then around 1970s, mutuals were created, and Northcote was created in 2011. Apart from that, that's really it around the world. So there aren't many companies. You can't go on the website, comparison website, put my SMR type 300 and suddenly insurance policy will come up. It's not going to happen. So there are only few markets around the world who actually provide that specialist cover. Very briefly, just again about the structures, pools, mutuals versus MGA. So the pooling system it's created in the local territory by putting together local insurers, and then it's reinsured to other policies. So for example, UK British pool would take all risks in the UK and then reinsure a proportion of it into other nuclear pools like Sweden, France, Germany, for example. Going to mutuals now, cover provided to members only. So you have to be a member of that mutual in order to buy policy. So it's basically a sharing. So if you live on a street with 10 houses and all of you put together, I don't know, 10 euros each, if there is a problem with one of the house, that pot of 100 euros will go to fix that house. So it's like a mutuality. And then Northcote, I already explained, we provide cover on international basis. Now, on-site versus off-site insurance. So this is Bruce Power's generation station. So you can see the pink area is on-site cover. That is your choice whether you buy it or not. So that's property damage. So if there is a windstorm and there is a damage to your facility, it's your choice whether you buy insurance or you pay it out of your pocket. Same with business interruption. If for whatever reason your plant stopped operating and you need replacing that lost business, then you can buy a business interruption policy. You can buy it or you don't have to buy it. You can just say, okay, we'll just take the loss onto our account. Machinery breakdown, if the pump goes blown up and you need to replace it, again, it's your choice. Then off-site insurance is a nuclear third-party liability, and it's demanded by legislation, by local legislation, of how much capacity you need to buy outside the perimeters of that site. So that's where I said earlier, whether it's your choice or legislation. And that's the difference. Now, nuclear liability regimes. It was mentioned earlier by Simon about Paris and Vienna Convention. So we have OECD, Nuclear Energy Agency on one side, and then IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, on the other side. Vienna Convention versus Paris Convention. They are joined by joint protocol, but they're different liability regimes. So most European countries are signatories to one or another, and Latvia is a member of IAEA Vienna Convention, as it was mentioned. So I'm not going to go into details that can be read. I'm happy for these slides to be shared. But the principles of nuclear convention is that it's a strict liability on nuclear operator. So if you operate a nuclear power site, it's your responsibility to relieve the victim from their loss, regardless of the fault, whoever fault was caused by. As your license holder, nuclear license holder, you will pay out to the victims of the incident. Limitation of liability in amount in time. So depending on the convention you belong to, whether it's a Paris Convention, whether it's a Vienna Convention, different liability regimes, different minimum thresholds you will have to pay out. Mandatory financial coverage of the operator's liability, as I said, it has to, the site operator will have to have a policy in place or self-insurance or whatever the means are in order to prove that, yes, you have the minimum funds available in the event of a loss. Exclusive jurisdiction, only court of the state in which the nuclear accident occurs have jurisdiction. I think that's a very important point, because if, as you know, with Chernobyl, when the nuclear plume went in across Europe, it doesn't affect just Ukraine. It affected half of Europe, depending where the wind blows. So that liability regime brings all the challenges into, and all the jurisdiction into the courts of the country where the loss occurs. So, for example, if UK causes a nuclear incident and UK is member of Paris Convention, then there will be available funds for up to 1.2 billion euros available for the victims of any other country. So if you are in Belgium and if the wind with nuclear particles blew across Belgium, then you can apply into the compensation from the UK courts. Minimum liability amounts provided by convention. Paris Convention is 700 going up to 1.2 billion. Some countries went straight up to 1.2 billion. Vienna Convention was $5 million US. Then it went into SDR 300 million. SDR is not a currency, is a value of basket of 5 currencies, so it fluctuates a little bit, but roughly 300 million SDRs is about 450 million at this stage. And the 1997 Convention on Supplementary Compensation, that's what we were talking earlier, CSC, and Estonia is considering, I was speaking to Relika earlier, whether they will be joining CSC, and she said, we are considering, so they have a watch brief. So if Latvia was to join nuclear industry and have a nuclear power station in the UK, in Latvia, then you would probably have to consider this joining CSC as well as another convention. This is from OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, and it's updated. It was updated February 2024, but it's by some reason it's still in Lats. So I'm not sure why the currency stopped operating about 10 years ago. Not sure why it's still showing Lats, but that's the limit of liability according to the OECD NEA website. But if Latvia to join nuclear and have a nuclear power station, you will go with the limits of Vienna Convention, which is 300 million SDRs. Just running out of time. Nuclear innovation. It's been talked before. At the moment, is over 80 designs currently in various stages of development around the world. So we will see who will come through. Not all of them will survive. This is a bit of like a kid in a sweet shop. So loads of different designs, lots of different. Some based on proven technology. Some are completely new. We went to see Copenhagen Atomics in Denmark, and they're developing completely new designs. So that obviously need to be tested, approved, and regulated accordingly. But in order for insurers to insure those, technology have to be fully understood by the insurers before the insurance is offered. Uses of new nuclear technologies, again, we're not going to talk about it, some on the grid, some off the grid. So if Latvia was to join nuclear, then you would consider probably both options. One is on the grid with 300 upwards small modular reactors, and the off the grid, small ones for district heat. If you want to power Salaspils, for example, you just put a small reactor just there. So it's not going to go into grid, it will just go to power the town. Hydrogen, synthetic fuel, merchant shipping, everything is again, will be used in the new nuclear technologies. And on the right side, you can see the requirement for insurance covers, pretty much very similar to what we insure now with the big units will be required in the smaller units. It's just different levels of limits that we will be considering. First of a kind, Latvia will be joining nuclear, potentially nuclear. It is going to be first of a kind energy for Latvia, and similar SMRs are first of a kind for insurers. So insurers need to get get their heads around of new technologies as well before they're able to provide insurance to these designs. So I'm not going to go into details because I'm running out of time, but the principle of insurance is a principle of large numbers. Insurers need to have data, lots of data, to be able to say, yes, we will insure it, and this will cost you that much. If we don't have data, we really struggle to quantify and qualify the risk and put the pricing to it. We might say, yes, it's safe, but it's unless there is data to back it up, it's quite difficult. Current versus future models, very quickly. At the moment, what we insure, let's say EDF as an example, owner, developer, operator, seller of electricity. Going forward, there are going to be so many different mixture. I really enjoyed putting that right side of this chart. So like Naria, Nicholas, you mentioned Naria, we were talking to them. They will be building, operating, owning. All they will do, they will sell you electricity. So if you have a plant and heavy industry, you need a lot of electricity, you call Naria, they will come in, they will build, own. You don't need to pay a penny for the actual plant, but you will buy electricity off them. Or those that, like Rolls-Royce, they're just selling their technology. This is my paperwork, this is how you need to build, this is how you need to operate. That's it. And there are going to be so many different variations with investors, owners, and vendors. The possibility is endless there. Insurance and the challenges of nuclear innovation. Will it be easy? No. As I said, there's going to be so many designs that insurers need to understand properly before they're able to do anything in terms of insurance coverage. Can it be done? Absolutely. We're very excited. And insurance is a big piece for making SMRs, bringing them into life. Because if you have investors who want to buy or invest in the SMR, they will ask, do insurers agree to it? Do insurers cover for it? Are they happy with the risk? Because that's what we do, we assess risks. And if investor is happy with the insurance doing their due diligence and saying, yes, we will insure it, that means the investors will be more likely to invest as well. And very quickly, consider 3 phases of nuclear. We have construction, operation, decommissioning. Different covers will be required at different stages. This is one of our insureds in US, Yankero in USA. So you can see, oh, sorry, where's the, okay. So what you have here, that's all that is left of that nuclear blast, and that's where this fuel is. So that's the whole bit that we insure. So before and after, but that's basically how we split the industry into 3 phases. Latvia, as I mentioned, member of Vienna Convention, so you will have a liability of 300 million SDRs, which is around 400 million dollars, sorry. And whether you're going to have a lower limit for the SMRs, that's for local legislation for you to consider. Nuclear insurance market options. So what you could do once you have nuclear, you can establish your local pool. You can create reinsurance solutions from the global markets. You can open it up to companies like Northcote and other nuclear pools. You can create international market, writing nuclear business direct into Latvia. You can join a mutual. It could be a utility that is interested to join Imani, Lini, like European Mutual, for example, or you can establish incorporated cell company or joint venture with Northcote. We can advise the government or the utility how to proceed with that. But generally, these are the options available for a newcomer country to consider. So if there are any questions that... Lloyd's of London licensing in Latvia. Again, that's not probably at this stage of interest for you, but that's insurance, what Lloyd's allows to write an insurance in and out, so in terms of licensing. But if I haven't answered any of your questions in your heads, please get in touch. That's my LinkedIn QR code. I will be happy to guide you through it or answer any questions that I didn't have a chance to answer in 15 minutes about nuclear insurance to a newcomer country. So it was a little bit of a big task, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
Just a fact question very quickly. Have there been any payouts in European Union to nuclear liability?
Nuclear liability, yes. Some of them were just a legal payouts in terms of not the actual payout of a loss, but the insurance market paid out for the legal defense costs. So if you look at the nuclear insurance, there are only 3 big incidents. There was 3 Mile Island in the US in 1976, I think it was. Then it was Chernobyl, which wasn't insured. It was a government risk. And Fukushima. Fukushima, not many people know, it wasn't insured for the risks that they've suffered. So they didn't buy earthquake insurance, and ultimately the plant was covered with the water that was caused, because in insurance, we always look to the proximate cause of incident. And the proximate cause, so the plant actually worked perfectly well. When the earthquake struck, the plant shut down correctly, as you know. However, the incident happened when it was covered with the water. So Fukushima was not paid out. So the Fukushima is full government loss. So otherwise, it would have been paid back. In Europe, we had no.
Now, the first thing we should conclude is that in case of Latvia or Estonia, we should ensure tsunami possibility also as one of the risks. You were willing to put this. One option was in Paldiski. The seaside is out of the coverage, I understand, because of military reasons. Just, to consider how far tsunami in Latvia can go.
That's a very good point, Ansis. In fact, after Fukushima, the IEA, as a general body for nuclear power stations, made requirements for all nuclear power stations around the world to be tsunami-proof. So I think EDF, if I'm not wrong, about 50 million euros investment was made just to tsunami-proof EDF nuclear power stations in France. And what are the chances for tsunami in France? Quite remote. So post-Fukushima, the improvements were made around the world.
One question.
Yeah.
When you are analyzing the risk for the new investment, there is a position political risks. Do you insure for political risk, like changing 180 degrees of the policy of the next government to come?
Unfortunately.
No, I am not quoting any countries.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
No, we don't insure. There are companies, insurance companies that offer political risk insurance, but that's not necessarily nuclear related. So you can insure political risk, but not insure nuclear industry related.
Yeah, and I think it's not only about politics. One cannot be insured against stupid decisions, right?
Stupid decision, maybe not.
Yeah, but politicians sometimes take stupid decisions.
Regulatory change you can insure. We're looking at one potential insurance now in the US, where a fusion facility being developed, and for them to start operating, there is a policy within the local state that if for whatever reason the regulator says no, then investors lose out on all the investment prior invested. So we're looking at the policy for them. For whatever reason, if the regulator says, no, you can't switch it on, our policy would pay out the investment to a certain degree of prior funding, if it makes sense.
Okay, I think it gives a lot of kind of, well, but it also gives a base for these possibly stupid decisions from politicians, to become super angry against and then, do...
Yes, but as Václav mentioned earlier, we've run out. I know, but we've run out of oversubscription of energy.
Yeah,
we've run out of oversupply of energy. That's it. There is no saving unless we start doing it now and we started bringing a different type of energy in, including nuclear. So the time of where, we've run out of energy, we'll buy it somewhere else, is actually going. And as we know, global deglobalization process is happening. So it's mine, and if there is a problem, sorry, I can't give it to you. Yes, we're friends, we're neighbor countries, but it's mine and I need to provide it to my country first. And that's the process that we're seeing now.
That's true. That's
sorry,
everywhere around the world now. We thought that we are in a global village. Now the global village becomes even unglobalized in a way. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Note. Now, Olex will come and tell us the truth, that without good public heating, one cannot survive here in the north. So why not to make it even cheap public heating, right? Yeah. Could it be cheap on a basis of nice nuclear solution?
It could be very cheap.
Okay, go for it. I'm interested.
I will try to make my presentation in Latvian language,
of course,
as it was agreed.
Jā, Oļeg, lūdzu.
Tā mikrofons ir ieslēgts, jā? Paldies. Es varu arī angļu valodu.
I can try to do it in English, but since we're here in Riga, I will be speaking Latvian. So I'll start that by education. I'm an energy specialist. So when we started cooperating with Lithuanians in the Visagina atomic energy plant, I saw that I had a lack of knowledge in nuclear energy, and my first and only teacher has been Valdis Gavars. And Valdis Gavars is the chief engineer at the Salaspils plant, and on the 10th of May, he became 90 years old. So, Valdis, if you hear me, congratulations and happy birthday. And thanks to Valdis, this is my favorite topic. And now I'm here working in Riga Technical University and teaching young students nuclear physics and nuclear technology. So, today's topic is possibilities of nuclear energy for heat production in cogeneration mode. So first, there's a very general ABC cogeneration, what benefit we get from it. So it's production of electricity and heating at the same time, and of course it is clearly much more effective than separate production. And the main benefit or gain here is that if we compare a cogeneration station with a standard plant, the savings on fuel could be around 40%. There are several European directives and pieces of legislation that where they define high efficiency cogeneration, and there's a specific equation that we have at the bottom where you see what is the primary energy savings if you compare it to a separated production, and that should be at least 10%. And why do we have these savings, this benefit? So usually in a condensation station, we produce only one product, it's electrical energy, and in a cogeneration station, we have both electricity and heating. And that gives us a benefit, a gain. If we describe it in another way, it is the dependence on technology. There is a ratio between electricity and heat power, and usually if we talk about nuclear plants, we talk about classic Rankine cycle. We're talking about steam turbines, and for steam turbines, this ratio between heating and electricity is from 0.3 to 0.5. It means that if we theoretically have 1 megawatt of electricity, we can have 2 megawatts of heat. And this efficiency coefficient could be up to 85%. To produce, or actually for a client that is a consumer of the heating system, so that there wouldn't be radioactive water in his radiator, we have to detach the radioactive quantum from the system. So it happens in several stages. So if we have a multi-story building, usually they have an individual heating node where the centralized system is actually separated from the internal heating system of the building. So in the nuclear plant, there are additional contours. If we take the pressurized reactor, so in this technology, this radioactive primary contour is separated. So the steam that enters the steam turbine is produced in steam generators and is already separated from the radioactive contour. And since in the Visagina reactor and the Fermi Energia project in Estonia, there is a boiling water reactor. The situation is slightly more different. So in one contour, it's all in one contour in the system, and the time makes it a bit the steam is slightly radioactive, so there has to be a heat exchange that would separate the primary contour from the other part of the system. So in this case, we lose a bit of efficiency, but still it is necessary for safety. This is something that Kalev knows very well, and probably a lot of you as well, Václav as well, know this picture very well. This is the technology that they have chosen, the BWRX 300, and as we can see, that in the nuclear reactor, in accordance with the specification from GE Hitachi, the thermal power is 870 megawatts, and from the turbine we can provide the 380 megawatts. So most of this thermal power that's developed in the nuclear reactor is lost in condensation. So we are cooling the atmosphere, and respectively, this difference is around 570 megawatts. And of course, we could technologically use this heat, then we could gain quite a significant amount of power and then use it for heating and raise the heating coefficient. And the problem, in my opinion, is that GE sees this as a modular technology, and probably they have a steam turbine that they've chosen. I don't know if from this steam turbine you can have a branching out for the steam to produce heating, because if you want to produce heat, you need low pressure steam under 200 degrees. So this branch from the steam turbine would be the first heat exchanger, and then we have the second heat exchanger, and then we could gain up to 500. Well, this is my expert opinion, probably actually less in reality, maximum heating power. So from 32%, the efficiency coefficient could rise up to 85% if we can use this heat. So on cogeneration in the world, there are some examples in practice that there is the CHP combined with nuclear plants. The best example is in Switzerland, in Betznau. In Switzerland, next to Göttingen, closer to the German border, and they provide heating to several thousands of clients in 12 municipalities. The required heating power is 88 megawatts. And they provide 150 gigawatt hours. A few years ago, I visited the Loviisa nuclear plant, and at that time they were still battling to get the third power unit installed. The thermal power there was 4,600 megawatts, which would provide 1,600 megawatts of electric power. And there was a crazy idea to provide 1,000 megawatts of heating to Helsinki by building a 75-kilometer long tunnel on the coast of the Baltic Sea. So 2 tracks
diameter,
DN 1200 diameter, to transfer this heat in such a long distance, you would need 4 pumping stations, and the losses in heating would be 11 megawatts. So you need these pumping stations not only because there's the heating loss, and there's also pressure loss. So that's an additional thing. And now moving on to Fermi Energia. Today in this conference we saw this picture, and it's a very interesting idea. And the upcoming nuclear plants. I actually can't pronounce the name of the region as precisely. I'm not an Estonian specialist, so there are smaller towns around it, but the most larger towns are Kohtla-Järve, Sillamäe, and Narva. And the length of the track could be 73 kilometers. The investments up to 350 million euros, and you could provide supply up to 856 gigawatt hours of heating power. And with the heating prices around 60 hours for megawatt hours, you could generate a revenue of 51.36 million euros. So you could theoretically pay it back, return that investment. I don't have a lot of time, so maybe I hope I can take a bit of the time from the next speaker. So in 2010-11, we worked at the Visagina project. There was an interesting idea for a project to have this heating track from there, so exporting heating energy from Lithuania to Latvia, because during that time, well, the station was already closed, the plant was closed, but it provided the city of Visaginas with heating, and there was an idea to have Ignalina Visagina Daugavpils heating track, and the length would be 35 kilometers with the DN 500 diameter heating track, and there would be a power transferred of 100 megawatts, and we could have 395 gigawatts produced and 375 gigawatts for heating in Daugavpils per season. So what I wanted to move towards with all of this is that, of course, this cogeneration station would be logical next to a large city where there's a large demand for heating. And of course, one of the largest cities in the region is Riga. We currently have around 60% produced from natural gas plants, included cogeneration stations, and wood chips. So the demand that is 3.5 terawatt hours per year, and 70% is for the right bank and 30% for the left bank. And next, how the city of Riga looks at their sustainability goals for heating. They look a lot at biological sources, and Riga Siltums is using these. But did you know that 1 kilo of wood is 50% carbon? And what happens to carbon when it combines with oxygen via burning? Well, you get carbon dioxide, and burning biomass is not too much of a climate neutral measure. So in Riga, they're planning one waste station When I was a student in Italy, I looked at these stations, and I have to be honest, I would not like to live next to these types of waste stations. And as for gas, natural gas is a fossil fuel, and since we're in the EU and are following the Green New Deal, in the future you have to find solutions for decommissioning of gas plants. And I have a colleague from the technical department. He can assure you that until 2040 to 45, CHPs can still operate, but the question is what we could use in place of natural gas, which would be hydrogen. So we would have to equip these gas turbines with CO2 capturing devices. So in 2040, we could consider an option to ensure the city of Riga with heating from a nuclear plant. And Riga's map had a potential site. It would be close to the city of Riga, and then we could have an experiment and calculate what we could gain. So this is the right bank heating load, and if we cover 2/3 of it with a nuclear plant, then we could produce, well, I assumed 600 megawatts power unit that could produce 4 terawatt hours of energy. So we could produce 1.7 terawatt hours of heat. So if then we see that nuclear plant investments would be around 2.7 billion euros. So additionally, there would be costs linked to implementing cogeneration devices. If we don't have a heating energy load, the price of electrical energy, with my assumptions, would be 80 euros per megawatt hour. If we can produce these 300 megawatt, 1.7, my apologies, terawatt hours, and sell it for 50 euros, it is around 85 million turnover. So the price would decrease to 60 euros. And if we can sell it for 20 euros only, the price would decrease to 73 euros. And on the very last slide that I wanted to say that first of all, cogeneration gives great energy, gives great economic benefits to these sorts of stations. Small modular reactors are very useful for such cogeneration modes, and the prices I already I already mentioned. And lastly, it's very important to divide this this energy between two products, which is heating and electricity. And that will be it from my side. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Well, I have a few million burning a hole in my pocket, so I probably will invest it in real estate, but this is good news. So will a person buy land around the CHP? Because potentially an investor will buy investments in the CHP. So what would the average Joe interpret this scientific talk? Will everything will be better or worse? He said, oh, it's just as his youth and is burning the trash next to his home. And actually in Jelgava tomorrow there will be someone who announces, the company that announces there will be a waste plant as well. So either way, there are rules that state What is the zone? Well, it's stated by the agency, the sanitary zones around these plants, that they have to be respected, but I don't think that people will be thrilled that their summer homes or general homes will be close to such plants, but why in Estonia it could actually be easier? The regions next to Kohtla-Järve has a high unemployment, so there's a social reason. Essentially, there could be a third reason. So actually we could add point 6, item 6, that there is less social inequality, and the regional industrialization is possible in Narva, not in Tallinn. Okay, great. In the next presentation, add Daugavpils or Rēzekne. But compared to them, we don't have to pay 30 to 50 million euros to the heating grid because we already have a heating grid. So it's actually useful to take what we already have. Okay, understood. Thank you very much. In a way, what we began here with Oļegs will be complemented by Agris Auci, who has carefully looked at this, what kind of local action we take with a global logic, or actually not in accordance with global logic. Would you actually like for us to call this last and final presentation? So you have to make jokes, you have to overview everything, and you have to praise us so that we actually have to understand what we agreed on today.
Vislabāk mikrofonā, bet viss pārējais, kā vien jūs gribat.
Okay. Tā, tad man būs jāiet strikt laikā. Man būs strikt jāiekļaujās. Viņš nestrādā.
So it's not working. Okay, now it's working. So I will have to fit in time strictly. So how does Latvia look like now? So not in relation to nuclear programs, but in competencies, education, skills, and also knowledge. Let's see how we look like. Poland. Poland is the most interesting country potentially for us. In the 80s, they already started the university program, and there are a lot of interesting projects, and there is also the research reactor that employs about 1,000 employees. Finland has just recently Olkiluoto reactor constructed, and what is interesting that Finland has announced that they are planning to build a specialized district heating reactor. That would be suitable also for us. Denmark was positioned as a champion of renewables, and Denmark is also preparing itself for the future of nuclear energy. They have made decisions, and what is interesting that Denmark is also developing a new type of reactor that you can see how it would look like. Sweden, in 2023, the initiative, nuclear energy initiative, was proclaimed to build at least 10 large reactors by 2045 and to double the capacities of generating electricity. Sweden has also announced that they are developing new SMR reactor. Norway, there is one of the first factory of heavy water, one of the first reactors, and there is still a research reactor. You can see on the picture this beautiful place that also provides the local timber factory with heat, which was closed a couple of years ago. So also Norway, that are champions of hydropower and wind, they are talking about lack of energy. They are also planning to build another reactor. The Netherlands, by 2035, they are planning to connect 2 new nuclear power plants to the grid, and they are planning to start construction in 2028. And also in the Netherlands, there is enrichment company Urenco. And Belgium, for several years, lived with some ideas closing down nuclear stations, but now they have reached an agreement and they decided to extend the life cycle of those reactors, those stations, and they also are implementing the building of liquids metal reactor, and they have also made plans for building a reactor. France, we already heard about it. They are planning to build several small and also large reactors, and also to import the technologies. France is export those technologies that France is already doing. UK, those who are following, they have huge, giant plans, and they have partially already started implementing them. You can see Hinkley Point construction field, and then they have approved also the next site, and many small reactors are in various stages of planning and also construction. So the UK is closely related its future to the nuclear energy. Germany, we know that in 2023 they closed down the last nuclear stations, and there are still 6 research reactors. Lithuania made a U-turn in development after Belarus building the first reactor, but I would like to say that in Lithuania there are initiatives about constructing and building small reactors, and also research is carried out. So not too many, but yes. And Czech Republic, the most interesting message we heard recently is that they are talking about the nuclear energy for district heating, and they are also selecting applicants, bidders for building of a new reactor in Dukovany. And they are saying that the costs for building 2 or 3 reactors are more profitable instead of building 1. So more profitable to build 2 or 3. Hungary. At the existing reactors place, they are planning to build 2 new ones, and they are also trying to adjust those reactors so that they can use fuel manufactured in the US instead of Russia. And all these activities are in all Eastern countries, Eastern Europe countries, to use the nuclear fuel that is manufactured in the world instead of Russia. Bulgaria, we already heard a little bit about Bulgaria from the presentation of Mr. Kalev, and they, as much as possible, they are trying to extend the life cycle of the existing nuclear reactors, because the technology is such that after some time the reactor is stopped, the control samples are taken, the capacity is checked, and also it is checked and forecasts are made how long this reactor could operate, and then it starts renews operation for another 10 years, and then again the checking and inspection is done. So this is the way how in many places it is done, and they are also planning 2 more reactors. Slovenia, the only place where there is a plant that belongs to 2 countries. It used to belong to Yugoslavia, but when in the 90s there were new countries created, then it now belongs to 2 countries. By the way, the river is a very small one. It's like our Gauja River. Estonia, we heard quite a lot about Estonia. I cannot add a lot. There are also debates in the parliaments about development of nuclear energy. And in Latvia, basically, we haven't done anything. In our skills, competencies, and knowledge, Latvia is like a black hole in the European map. And in leadership of our last two prime ministers, Latvia is lagging behind in comparison with the rest of the countries. And so the question is, who is making mistakes, Latvia or the rest of the countries? And presentation of our minister was hopeful that we would start raising awareness of our public and that we would move forward to ensure the energy future for Latvia. Thank you. I don't need to evacuate. I have solar batteries, but industries probably will have to evacuate. Okay, but that wasn't funny, actually. So, thank you to Valdis and to everyone who is here. So we can come here once a year, but we can take as a hostage the prime minister. Because the statistics showed that the war next door helped people to understand that this is very serious. But we locally need to think about ourselves. My answer is that Latvia's situation in the energy sector and also as to the nuclear energy and then in general in energy sector, this is a strategic victory of Russia and Gazprom, because we have liquidated all the alternative energy sources except for firewood. So once we lost our independence, they started using gas from Russia, but now gas is good. It comes from Azerbaijan and also from Norway, but those wood chips, they come from Russia. There is no fault or no problem with gas turbines, but we don't have alternative supply sources. And if we speak about what the previous speaker said, it's very possible that the best place is in Meža parks, where there is this combined heat and power plant. Everything is going to be great, and there would be heated swimming pool. And when you say Meža parks, is it the place where there is this open air stage? People will not come to the Song and Dance Festival. We will lose our identity. You are endangering our Latvian meaning of life, singing. But you will have seats that could be heated. You can also in winter, you can do it. Yes. So yes, there would be heated floors and so on. But okay, seriously, we have a couple of more seconds. So maybe someone who had this aha moment while you were sharing and listening. So anyone, do you have an idea what can we do outside of today until the next year, when August again will say that this black hole has even expanded? It's not okay that actually for 3 or 4 years I come here and I listen to the same pessimistic note and message from August. I am fed up with it. Yeah, I'm on the same hand also optimistic. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. Anyone would like to add something? Yanis, the candidate for European Parliament. So, yes, I am there, but I am thinking that this conference proves to be very important for Latvia. And second, what I wanted to say is that what we are lacking for Latvia, we are lacking ambitious plans and ambitious goals. And I believe that nuclear energy in Latvia is this ambitious goal that can ensure the breakthrough for our economy in the future. So good luck and see you in a year. So, more ambitious. So, this is Jans from the Farmers Union. But this is according to the legislation. Also, Delphi, they were broadcasting the conference, and you could read comments. I believe that the conference is getting more and more interesting, and speakers are more professional.
Yeah, you said, what can you do for the
Absolutely,
next
you can speak both.
And I think one word I would leave you with is collaboration. There's so many opportunities out there. Latvia doesn't need to be on its own, or doesn't need to be feeling on its own in this quest for energy security, for achieving net zero. I think there's so many countries, Estonia, Poland, are newcomer countries, and also countries that already have nuclear. There's so much resource, there's so much willingness to help. Nuclear industry is, and I'm involved in nuclear industry in the last 15 years, it's so tight, it's a very tight community, and very friendly and very helpful community. So as soon as you ask a question, what can we do? Can we get help? And I think it's just to raise your hand and say, we need help. What can we do? What shall we do? And as Nicolas came from French perspective, country that is reliant on nuclear for 80% of its energy, and to newcomer countries, everyone has so much experience, and collaboration is probably the word I would want to leave you with.
Well, can I just continue on this? Patiesībā, dāmas un kungi, mēs esam pilnīgi visās organizācijās.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are part of all the organizations. We are even part in the Space Agency. So, on the paper, I would say that we have ambitions, but let us turn them into reality. And with this, okay, I have provoked a little bit of discussion. Aren't you a candidate? No. I just wanted to say that when there was a Līgas presentation, comparison of prices, I wanted to ask a question that I didn't manage to ask. The question was, can we compare the solar and wind stations with also nuclear station, nuclear plant, because we need to compare apples with apples. Solar stations work only in summer. I also have solar panels on the roof of my house. From April till September is okay. In winter, there is no use of them. Sorry. Honestly. Especially when there is snow, they are covered by snow, nothing. It doesn't work. And also wind stations. Yes, there are periods, windy periods because of climate changes, but then there are periods when there is no wind. And so I am the most worried about the period during winter, from November till February, when there is no sun, no wind, basically. So where do we get this electric energy from? But in order to continue, Agris, actually, you will feel censorship because I need to finalize the conference. I have to say goodbye. We promised that we finish at 3 o'clock, and you can continue. Yes, you can continue later, but so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to those who watched us, nuclear.lv. If you watched, you know where there is a community of very reasonable people, and there could be discussions and also invitation to some other events. It's better to be here in person. We had very good and tasty coffee, and we'll continue discussing when this broadcasting is finished. So thank you very much for being together with us. I'm not saying thank you to those who are in the audience here in person, but let us say thank you to those who are watching online. And the last comment from Agris, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the TV from Riga Technical University. Thank you so much.